of the Bible and falsehoods, and that he's going to inject some new information during what's coming into the year 2000. I want everybody to give Brother Phil Valentine a strong black hand. Peace.
Thank you very much. I'm going to preface our time here today again, as I have promised to do since a lecture I did in Long Island University, especially to my younger brothers and sisters who might be here or who might be privy to this tape. Again, I say, I am not now, nor never have I been, a prognosticator, promoter, student, scholar, or follower of Dr. Malachi York. All information herein disseminated or discussed is based upon my years, 20 and more, of investigation and scholarship into realms of metaphysics, into teachings, spirituality, and so forth. Any similarity to whatever it is that brother teaches is based upon my own personal scholarship, not my study of his material. I wish to make that clear at the beginning of all the subsequent videos that I'm making, because of for want of a better word, discussion by an agent provocateur who disrupted what was to be a very wonderful dissemination and exchange of information. So I say that to the young brothers and sisters who have not lived long enough to know who I am, who will be coming up behind to be introduced to other brothers and sisters who speak like I do and have been doing that for about 20 or more years, or as long as they've been alive, to not get caught up or pigeonholed and believe that only one person has the answer. I have never said that. In all the years of my teachings, in all the years of my speaking, I have people who understand and know that I will point them in the direction to where I have been so that they may check for themselves. So with that out of the way, I would like to proceed so that we can share this event today. I gave a specific topic to Brother Big Man when he so graciously invited me to speak. And for those of you who were people of the gatherings of the masters that we used to have for the past 8 years, you know that in 1996 I had decided as of November or December of 1996 that would have been the last gathering of the masters, what turned out to be 7 years of a very profound and wonderful exchange of experience, dissemination of experience and information that was not available anyplace else, only in specific small forums and formats where people like Brother Bobby Hemmett, Dr. Delbert Blair, Brother Steve Copley, and those from the underground, the new underground, were disseminating information that at the beginning times used to sound and be classified as lunatic by those of our black scholars and people who were following what we call the Ben tract, which was an excellent tract at the time when we were now awakening from that coma of information that we did not have about ourselves and the legacy at the motherland. But we then began, as the younger version of that group, to take it to the next stage, to the metaphysical stage, going beyond what Dr. Ben had given us, beyond what Dr. Van Sertima and the good brother Jeffries and that circle of information had given us, all the way to the metaphysical, where we began to postulate that places like Kemet or Egypt was nothing more than a base camp in our movement towards higher consciousness. It was nothing more than a residual makeover of the trillions of years of our existence, our involutionary experience that became as we now have our evolutionary experience. So today, with the backdrop of the Bible as a premise, I decided to connect all the dots and to expose all the links of the chains or of the chain that has become our oppression. The Bible and all religion is a paramount chain in our oppression. Now, all of those people who follow Islam, who follow Buddhism and Christianity and all of the different isms would probably have an issue. But 10, 15, 20 years ago when we began speaking, most of the people at that stage had issue with what we were speaking about. Well, we've come this far together. It's time for us to jettison old baggage so that we can jump to light speed and get off of the condition that we're in right now. Because we are wallowing in ignorance and stupidity. We are wallowing not just in stupidity, but the byproducts of our stupid actions and our ignorant actions. There's a difference between stupidity and our ignorance. And we will see what the difference between the two are. Stupidity is based upon having certain knowledge and not acting upon it. Ignorance is based upon not having that knowledge and even acting upon it. Both of them come out with the same consequences. So what we must do is look at both sides. Our actions that are based on stupidity and our actions that are based on ignorance. This particular day is to actually bridge the gap, to show how the links of our ignorance and the links of our oppression are connected. The biggest link in our oppression has become the belief context in our thinking modality. The environment of thought has been colonized by a belief structure that is based upon us diverting reason and logic into a, for want of a better word, supernatural context. That supernatural context is everything that the Bible represents. I would want to subtext this particular talk by saying that we are going to speak about theocracy and its perversion and mutation to technocracy. Now, theocracy and technocracy are linked. One is the degenerate of the other. One is the devil and the other is the deep blue sea. Technocracy and theology and theocracy are both mindsets. Theocracy has you laboring under the misapprehension that there is a vicarious atonement at the end of your dedicated service towards this particular ideology. Now, what is a vicarious atonement? Vicarious atonement means that you believe that someone else is going to come and get rid of all your woes and all of your problems. Vicarious atonement is the basis of Christianity. Vicarious atonement tells me that Jesus Christ has suffered every ill and every problem and everything that you would have suffered. Therefore, belief in this structural thought will therefore, guarantee me happiness at the end. Now, what you do is take that vicarious atonement mentality and put it into the Y2K scenario. Someone else will take care of that problem. The problem with Y2K is everyone who is now benefiting from the years of technocratic slavery and the monstrosity that we have built as this technocracy will believe that, oh, the Messiah, Bill Gates, may come along with an answer any moment. So that now those who labor in the fields of high technology or high tech say, it's going to be all right. No. Just like there ain't no Jesus coming to take you away from your misery, there ain't no Bill Gates and there ain't no answer at the end of the 2,000-year scenario, which is everything goes to hell on a broomstick. There is no solution to Y2K. There are band-aids to a hemorrhage, and that's all we got. And this is to tell the brothers and sisters out there what it is that is going to be of necessity to come down at this point. Now, all the brothers and sisters, especially Brother Big Man and a few of the brothers and sisters who have been at the gatherings, know that I said that I am not going to do any more of these forums except to those brothers and sisters who act upon the things that we speak about. I call these brothers and sisters the few that do. Those who take the information, eat it, assimilate it, digest it, and use it to grow. Not just as junk food to get a rush, to have something to talk about around the water cooler when they go back to work, but to enact and to become proactive with the information. Now, I am actually starting at the Bible, which will end up being pretty much part 1, or at least part 1A, of what is essentially going to be at least a 6-tape, or at least a 7 to 10 tape work on the fraud of Christianity and the lies of religion as a whole. It is time for us as an elevated humanity, as a growing humanity, as a gestating spirit God, to get out of the belief orientation that we have been functioning under for the last 2,000 years. We have been taking storybook mythology that essentially was written under the cloak of a very high science, and through supernaturalism have perverted reason and perverted logic. Now, I have made a series of notes here that I'm going to be reading so that I can get along with putting this information down, and then for us to exchange so that we can go from point A, which is theocracy, to point Z, which is the technocracy, and you will see how they are linked. Those of you who are students of the Bible, or who know of people who are students of the Bible, this will not support any of the contentions that Jesus is coming to save us. You will not feel comfortable with this tape. You will not feel comfortable in the circle of people who are discussing through reason and logic the fact that your salvation is based upon what you do, not what is done for you by some vicarious Savior that will come down on a puff of smoke and take up his chosen few. That is the biggest lie that we propagate under today. But with the technology that Christianity now has at their disposal, don't be surprised if you see Jesus on a cloud. Don't be surprised if you see him stepping out of a spaceship to come and take his 144,000 chosen, because they will have orchestrated it that way. Remember, we are now functioning under a paradigm of illusion based upon a thinking context that was seeded into your mind as a genetic factor over 2,000 years ago. You are participating in a lie. You are participating in an agreement. It is time to break the agreement with reason, with logic. Most of this information you can find from certain writers, European writers, who got hold of a lot of our information. A lot of the Kemetic information, a lot of the Vedic information, and processed it, did a good job of it. But they themselves were ostracized. One of them, particularly, a man whose surname, or who pen named himself as Hilton Hotimer, which was Dr. really J.R. Clemens. He wrote over 146 different folios on the initiation process as it was deemed through the Kemetic literature, or what you call the ancient mystery system. I suggest that any of you brothers and sisters who have access to Hilton Hotimer's folios, sister can hold that up and let them see some of the folios. Brothers in the back who have the tapes and the books, they can be seen. Hilton Hotimer's folios, a book, excellent book, from which I will be using some of the pre-context of the videotape series by Lloyd Graham, known as the Myths of the Bible, all the myths and deceptions of the Bible. Excellent work. It's not new. Everything he's saying is not new. He has borrowed extensively if you read his bibliography. All of his bibliography will lead you to all of the sources. And I say that to the young brothers and sisters too, who feel that they have to follow one person as a form of divine representation. And you know who I'm talking about, because I prefaced it at the beginning of this tape. You, yourself, you are the precursor and you are the end of everything. You are the Alpha, the Omega, the Chit and the Chaitanya. You are the beginning and the end of everything. Within you are the archives of all that is human experience. Within you, the archives of pre-human experience. You have it all. There are books that will light your way, just like highway maps tell you whether you're going in the right direction or not. These books are there simply to show you the way back in. It is not to put you into any thinking context that already has your world screwed up, because you believe some one person has the answer for you. You learn at that particular oasis. You drink freely from that oasis, but you move on in your journey. That is the secret. You move on. Do not come to me looking for the answer, the great secrets of all mysteries, because all of my students here at the beginning of all of my classes, please don't come to me and treat me as no damn guru. We are here on the same path, and I am here through what I have learned in hopes that you become greater than I, so that if by some turn of event through reincarnation, I should come back to be your student. Look, I hope I have given all that I know, so that if I got to come back and reference from you, you're giving me all that you know. I will not use the information that I've accumulated or the information that comes to me through my inspiration as a way to shackle you in some form of obedience or some form of worship of me or what I do. You are a fool if you follow one man or woman in that context, because the next millennium will not accommodate you. You are sheep being led to the slaughter. And this is the time when the wolf will survive. Those of you who follow the Bible must know that the Bible, as it is now presently used, is a book of the church. It is not a book of God. The Jewish church stands behind the Old Testament, and the Christian church, or the Catholic church, stands behind the New. And behind both churches is the priesthood. Know you that the priesthood is just like the Congress of the United States. It's about power. All priesthoods, are about power. It's burning the edge of the table. Anyone who consolidates a thought process or consolidates truth into a belief context is about consolidating power over you. And this has been beaten into you for over 300 to 500 years. Every time you call Jesus your Savior, it is because by calling upon His name, the lash didn't come down upon you. So you were saved an ass whipping. And that alone is the context for your belief, because you did not call God Jesus. You never called God Jesus. This is something that was beaten into your genetic context. This is something that was a learned experience, not something that evolved by your participation in nature. As nature gives you everything, including your language, including how to behave within her context, nature gave you the way to express and to pronounce the word of God, by the way the wind blows, by the way the rain fell, by the way the river flowed. You understood your language by the way the earth spoke to you, not by the way a white man whipped you into submission and gave you a book to learn and told you that the only time he would not persecute you is when you gathered together and worshipped under this particular book. It is time for you to grow out of that dependency that something or someone outside of yourself will save you. There is nothing holy about the Bible, nor is it the Word of God. It is not written by God or inspired saints, but by power-seeking priests who individually, at one time or another, during different councils of Nicaea, the councils of Trent, put together this book in order to validate their new thought process. Remember, Christianity came up, and the only time you heard about a Christ or a God was after 325 at the Council of Nicaea, that was put together expressly to bring peace between warring factions of belief context and belief constructs. Constantine built a city because there was so much havoc going on in Rome over Jesus being the God of the West and Christos being the God of the East. Jesus Christos became Jesus Christ, the amalgam of the two sun gods. The 12 apostles were the 12 signs of the zodiac. In fact, everything about Christianity is based on astrosophic principles that your great, three times great ancestry knew about but didn't worship, understood but never delineated. These priestly scribes, for their particular modality of control, sin and ritual became imperatives. Their purpose was to found an awe-inspiring religion and religious context with this information. By this type of intellectual tyranny, they sought to gain control, and yes, they achieved it. By 400 BC, they were the masters of ancient Israel. For so great a project, they needed a theme, a framework, and this they found in the creation law of more knowledgeable races like our own. They took these writings and perverted them. The natural became the supernatural. The truth became error. The Bible is actually a priestly perverted cosmology. And what was that perversion process? The perversion process began with the very first chapter, the so-called creation process. This first was not the original first. It is a priestly first. A priestly cosmology substituted centuries later and for a priestly purpose. The original first was written by the same hand as the second. To scholars, the author of the Bible, or those people who wrote the basic principles around the Bible, were known as the Yahwists. Excuse me, YHVHISTS. These people were not the same as the mythists or the mythologists, who took the ordinary processes of nature and anthropomorphized them, put heroes and heroines to natural processes, giving human figuration to that which was a natural astrosophic process, which is what God does to recognize itself, if we want to get deep into metaphysics. God could not know itself, and again I reiterate this to all the metaphysical students. Everything about the first part of the Bible was the process of involution. Everything about what we are learning about within ourselves in all books that were written, having to do with spirituality, all the creation of all the different parts of the world and all the different levels of creation from the first to the seventh day, has to do with the involutionary/evolutionary process of man. And my sisters, let us not be misunderstood with the word man. The word man is a generic term. It comes from the Hebrew, breaking down the different letters. M for mem, A for alf, N for nun. Mother, father, son. When we talk about man as the collective, we talk about a principle, not what we are now dichotomized into these two violent contexts called male and female. There's power brokering over male being dominant, female being dominant. This nonsense is what they have instituted in order to keep the control. You represent the end result of a process of involution in God's mind. You are God's expression of its own thinking process. I cannot speak in terms of male and female when I speak about it. IT. When we say IT, we say that which is the one thing as it moves forward. So when we look at this, it is a symbol. The word it is inclusive of all things. So when we talk about it, we say it is raining, it is snowing, it is hot. What is it? So we speak more about God and more intelligently about that which is divinity when we say what it is by saying it is that. So when I talk about male and female, when I conceptualize what God is, I say it. That is the closest we can get to not personalizing it. We'll get to personal parts of it later on. But when we talk about the impersonal, who don't give a shit whether you resurrect or not, that's what we're talking about, what is the true God. That's the God that scares the hell out of the priesthood, because God don't give a damn whether you worship it or not. You set the context for your own evolutionary process. You set the context for good and evil. God in its process, God in its totality is chaos. Man is order. Check? So God ain't bringing no damn order to you. You're bringing order to God. Now I know I have blasphemed. And I hope I have. I hope I have really worried all the people who are going to be looking at this tape, or who are going to show their ardent Falwellites and all of their ardent Creflo Dollarites this tape. But you, Mr. Creflo Dollar, are one of the biggest bullshit artists I have ever seen with black skin. You pimp our people. We know Reverend Falwell will pimp you. But to have you pimp in his name, and to use the same context of religiosity to forward an agenda, you're sick. And it's time for us to break that fantasy mode. God is. There is no personality other than what we affix to it. We are the personalization of the One Most High. We are the civilizing influence. We are the harmonizing influence of the One Most High. We are the One Most High, seeking its own civility, its own harmony. We are the higher, or the highest, or the One Most High. We are the imperfect, seeking perfection, and that in itself is perfect. There is no perfect God, and that perfection is an illusion. And when they tell you that you will reach Valhalla, or you will reach the kingdom of heaven, that is the biggest lie that prevents you from understanding what your purpose in perfecting is. It tells you that you no longer need to do any more involution in your evolution. It tells you you need no longer go forward to seek beyond the constraints of what has been given to you. It tells you to stop at this point. Think no further. We will do all of your thinking for you. God will be shaped and molded in our image and likeness. And you die and perish for lack of knowledge. Worse yet, for lack of understanding. As with all the Greek, as with all of the Kemetic, as with all of the Babylonian, with all the Sumerian texts, the true God was never meant to be worshipped. God's characteristics are personifications. And through these personifications, the teacher or the enlightened one tells tells us the true nature of causation. That is the fratricidal or brother-killing Cain, the drunken Noah, the lying, dishonest Jacob, and the murderous Joshua and Moses. All throughout your Bible, these are your peacemongers. They worship a God that murdered so many people that Hitler would have been proud. That's why Hitler was a Catholic. Because so many people died at the hands of God through one of his own vessels that we actually literalized the Bible, the mythology of the Bible. The Jews now assume power over you, assume a sense of unwarranted morality based upon what you believe of them in here. These bastards kill, maim, destroy, steal, pimp in the name of what you have given them here. Not realizing that the word Jew had nothing to do with the people. It had to do with your genetic structure. Oh, my people perish for lack of knowledge. When you begin to understand the true context of the Bible, like one brother when I was over at the African Poetry Theater said, why is it you trash the Bible and then use the Bible as a way to reference? Well, simply because I trash the teachings as they now stand of the Bible. I trash what they interpret of what they have put down or what was left after they mutilated it. I trash what they have left over here, the scraps from a banquet, and telling me that I'm eating a meal. No. The Bible itself has gems that are handed down from your aristocratic, spiritually aristocratic people. It contains incredible information, but it is cloaked and couched in mythology. A beautiful mythology, a beautiful story. But it also teaches you that God is a murderous son of a bitch. And don't give a shit whether you follow him or not. Nature doesn't care when that tornado comes. Whether you're the staunchest Christian, I bet everybody had their Bible when they were sitting in the middle of that tornado's path. You look at all those Bible-toting people out in the Midwest now who ain't got no homes. Look at all those Bible-toters down in Florida as their house and their land go up. Where they God? I'll tell you, it's the one that's burning you out and flooding your ass out. That's the God. That's the one that they wrote about in the Bible. And that's the one that the priests want you to believe doesn't exist. The one they want you to believe is a white man with a white beard coming to give you peace and harmony. No such animal. Know you that this earth was once the sun. And that the Son of God and all secrets behind the sacrificial son. Every time you see there is a sacrificial son anywhere in any mythology, it has to do with the fact that all matter begins as sons. And that we were all once sons of God. That planet we live upon was once a sun. And in its deterioration process and degeneration process, it then gives up its life that we may live. The moon being older than we are. Jupiter being once a sun, they say. Then if it was once a sun, then what is it becoming? It's becoming an earth. Just like every old earth that is out there in existence at once become a sun. That is the secret behind the sun sacrificing its life for us. The mythists, or the mythologists' account of nature was as vicious and violent as the myths related above. But this would not serve the priests to tell the truth about how creation actually comes about. So it was removed, and a supernatural version known as the priestly or pious fraud. Anybody ever heard of a pious fraud? That was coined to actually give a reference to Christianity's first Bibles. And the reason why Christianity went through so many different changes was because it had the chance to change it, because the Bible was a forbidden book to read at one time. Did you know that? It was death to read the Bible. It went through so many changes before it got to you. The only thing that stopped the Bible from being further perverted was the printing press. Archbishop Chrysostom said, this thing will doom us. This will see the end of us. Why? Because now we can't change it to suit our liking. Once you got that particular version, that's it. That's why they had to come out with the King James Version in 1611. Because the printing press was coming out around about that time. And when the printing press came, that means everybody could get a copy. That means they couldn't change it too many times. But they got a chance to change it. The Mormons changed it up. The Gideons changed it up. Everybody changed wordings here and there. But the changing of these little words, just these little changings, changed the whole meaning of a sentence. You can turn that air conditioner back on because you know how we draw heat. Can you please turn that back on? Yes. Just plug it back into the wall. The prerequisite for the rulership of a priesthood is the divine avenger. Listen to me carefully, everybody. A priesthood needs a divine avenger. One who will come down and smite you if you don't do the right thing. One who will kick your ass if you don't do the right thing. They hold that sword of Damocles over your head and tell you that if you don't do the right thing, God will come down and take you away from here into the hellfires of perdition. And the devil will tempt you to do this, and the devil will tempt you to do that. And the devil don't like what God does, and the devil don't like, well, who the hell is the devil? They never tell you who the devil is. It's just thing that comes around and tempts you and takes you away from God. Then how the hell did the devil come into being? Obviously, the devil must be just as powerful as God. If he got that much power to kick your ass and take you away from everything, it must be that the devil is God. Ooh, devil can't be God. Then obviously we are the devil then. With man as the sinner and God as the divine avenger, and therefore dependent upon the priests for salvation, we had a whole new economy. It was to this end that the process was continued. The semi-mythic Elohists rewriting and deifying the Yahwist characters. And finally the priests declaring a personal God created the world in 6 days, saying, let it be. This God concept of the priestly mind is the cornerstone of the Bible. The priestly account of creation is nothing more than kindergarten cosmology. Let me say that again. The priestly account of creation, as it is written, is nothing more than a kindergarten account of cosmological phenomena. One that the priest thinks that you're too dumb to understand. Personification of cosmological principles now makes it easier for you to assimilate the garbage. This is so because Western man, and listen to this carefully, the reason why we blindly accept the literal fact for over 2,000 years, we blindly accept literal fact for 2,000 years is because the Western conceptual mind is incapable of abstract thought. The thinking context wherein you have been pigeonholed from the time of your education in a system that is Christian-oriented, because all books of the education system first has to be passed through the Vatican libraries, and the Vatican, what do you call that? What do you call a process that they start taking stuff out then? Editing. All Western thought and context that deals with going into the education system must first be edited through the Bible and through the Vatican's context. Now, I have a lot of good Christian people who are good without being Christian, but good people who call themselves Christian, who will take issue with me because, hey, when they pray, I pray along with them. When they say Jesus, I say Jesus. They feel comfortable. I'm about making people feel comfortable. But if you're going to sit down and talk to me and try to sit with me and define with me like the Jehovah's Witnesses, the J-Wits come up and talk to me and tell me that I don't know who I am because I have not accepted Jesus, Now we're going to war. Because with your limited purview, and most Christians are not researchers. Most people who do study Christianity as researchers research within the confines of Christianity. They dare not go outside that. First of all, Christianity wouldn't put you there because it would be too much like right. And then it would be a defeatist purpose to put you on track with where Christianity got most of their information. Then you wouldn't need Christianity anymore. Western man, as he presently operates within his intellectual context, is incapable of abstract thinking. And because of that, he accepts fairy tales as true. He accepts a snake coming up to talk to a woman with an apple in its mouth and say, eat that apple. He accepts a stick falling to the ground, turning into a snake. He has no clue as to what the deeper esoteric principles are behind what that story is, and doesn't care. Just give me Jesus. All I want to know is Jesus. And that's all you're going to know. And you will be the blissfully ignorant who are led to the slaughter. You will be the flock that is fleeced. All of the cosmological and metaphysical thought Western man had come unto him came from the East. Any kind of cosmological, metaphysical thought came from the East. There is no spirituality that came from Europe. Not one shred of spiritual evidence can be found in Europe. The ancient Orientals, the Melanites, were capable of such thinking, but not Western man. And this includes the so-called Jews, because he is of the Caucasoid race. Don't believe that because you see them piously reading the Kabbalah or any of these books that they got something on you. And don't believe because the Christians defer to them as the chosen people that somehow choosing them as the one that you use to follow the path to righteousness will somehow get you saved. A fool in his common sense. In his own metaphysical, metahistoric, and spiritual incompetency, Western European man has put the stamp of his own destructive ego on everything, including the Creator. Blinded by his own erroneous perceptions, concepts, and his arrogance, he cannot see that it is only that percentage of the race incapable of abstract thought that believes his anthropological bullshit. There is but a few that have become the many that are incapable of thinking peripherally or beyond the context of that which they are given to think of. You fewer here shows exactly what I'm speaking about. I pretty much am preaching to the choir. There ain't nothing I'm saying anything. You come maybe to get a couple pieces of information that you haven't got from the past information. I can go on forever, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm giving this is actually for the tape right here. This tape is actually to go out. It's going to be disseminated amongst those who don't know. But it's all so good to see my family back here, my family in the spirit back here, to bounce this back off of, to feel from you, because you all are generating the energy that I need. And actually made me even want to come out to see my people's face once more. That part of him that calls itself Christian could not even create a God or religion itself. Christians are not even capable of creative thinking. They can't even creatively perceive God outside of what they've been given in the dead letter word. And I speak about it as dead letter because it is nothing but words. And it has been infused with a meaning that is corrosive to common sense. Corrosive to your ability to reason with another human being about divinity. Detached from all of the different anthropomorphic representations of God. And that goes for all forms, even the Kemetic, and what we misinterpret of the Kemetic reality. And what did they themselves do as far as Christians borrowing from it? Even the Jews themselves. They themselves did not even know about other worlds. And even in the book they speak about cosmologies. But you talk to a Christian about astrology and things like that, they'll say that's devil worship. They'll say Satan got hold of you for thinking beyond that. I must imagine what their European folks must have thought about Copernicus and all these people. When they were telling you, hey, the earth goes around the sun, not the sun goes around the earth. What? No, something wrong with that boy. They didn't even know the world was round. They thought that if they walked far enough, they'd fall off. And they were Christians. As a matter of fact, when Christianity reached its zenith, they blocked off that time period and called it the Dark Ages. Hello, somebody. Check. It was at the zenith of Christianity that all forms of human torture were perfected. It was at the zenith of Christianity that books were burned. Edifices to knowledge and wisdom, one called the Alexandrian Library, was raised. It was to this priestcraft that forwarded this sick mentality that kept us as a species and as a race in a numbing ignorance of self for over 2,000 years. Now just think about this. Nothing stands still. All things are based on change and movement. Imagine for 2,000 years the human consciousness was stultified, pigeonholed into a bracket of thinking while the universe moved forward, trying in its own inimitable way to teach man through vibratory notes, through the music of the spheres, through nature and the way she would hum her tunes and melodies to us. Imagine for 2,000 years we were looking to a Jesus. For 2,000 years, the spirit of evolution on the spiritual plane was trying to reach us, and we looked into here for that. Stultified by interpretations from a priestcraft that became obscenely wealthy and powerful on our belief structure. Where has the universe been? Where is it now compared to the ignorance and the stultifying stupidity that we operate under today? Where are we supposed to be in context with the universe 2,000 years removed? Think about that. In spite of their pretended intimacy with the Creator, and this goes with the Jews, the so-called Jews never had a great knowledge of things cosmic or metaphysical. They were plagiarists, thieves, stealing myths and mythical artifacts from ancient civilizations like Kemet and Sumer, stealing principles they did not understand. All the Jews had were war songs when they entered into Kemet and into Babylon. Not one piece of astrosophic or cosmological literature did they have until after their 60-year sojourn through the gates of Kemet. So don't go for the rope-a-dope. Now let's touch upon the pre-religious age of enlightenment, when people sat down and spoke about the Creator without certain affixed images to its person and its principle. When you speak about pre-religion, you speak about an age of reason. You speak about building pyramids. You speak about people space traveling without leaving their bodies. You speak about visiting other planets and other dimensional time zones of consciousness. You speak of a time when people knew you can't build a pyramid of that size and be at war. What have you done to your workforce? You have to sacrifice them to fight. Civilizations such as Sumer, Babylon, Kemet, so-called Lemuria, all civilizations that were up on Mars, these civilizations needed time. A time of great peace. A time to observe the precession of equinoxes. That don't come with you trying to fight off somebody at your borders, constantly thinking about your security. That comes from reflection. That comes from getting a good night's sleep. That comes from eating idle food. You don't build pyramids being an idiot. You don't build pyramids being a fool. You don't build pyramids with this education. Because everything that was built based upon this education is about to come down. 51,000 years of documented history in stone still exists from our technology. In 1.5 years, his comes crumbling down. What does that tell you? Make you want to holler? There was a time when man possessed the greatest knowledge about the cause and creation of things. We call it the enlightened ones. We call them the enlightened time. And their knowledge was called the ancient wisdom. It wasn't called Christianity. It wasn't called Buddhism. It wasn't called Shintoism. It wasn't called Islam. It was called the ancient wisdom. Because it was a thinking dynamic and a postulating dynamic that grew with the knowledge that it used as its base. It didn't stagnate. Like all things that grow and evolve, so did knowledge. With reasoning uncorrupted by false theologies, they were able to study reality and thus arrive at truth. Studying reality today is dangerous. Because if you were ever to find out what reality truly is and go out and try to teach that in the education system that we have today, shame on you. But due to the change in psychic laws of perception, here's the problem now. Now we got to go back to what the hell happened on the planet that made us so fucking stupid. Oh, you all grown up. Think about it. 99% of the human race are stupid beyond... Oh. We are some dumb motherfuckers. And I'm telling you now, in all truth, it is because of our stupidity and the fact that we relish our stupidity. We hold on to our stupidity. Like a brick life preserver on the Titanic. Because we think it's a life preserver, we will go down with it. At the beginning of one of my books I wrote, it is dangerous to teach reason and sometimes certain death. Right now, you all are walking time bombs because you took the time and made the effort to come and share reason. Change in the cyclic law of perception and the perversion of the light codes of resurrection and redemption. A, the knowledge was lost. B, priests took the place of initiates, and C, religion took the place of metaphysics. Let me repeat that. Due to the change in the cyclic law of perception, in the degenerative cycles that we now occupy, the downward spiral of intelligence in the human equation, and because of a perversion of the light codes of redemption, A, the knowledge temporarily is lost. B, the priests took the place of initiates, and C, religion took the place of metaphysics. This was the death knell for wisdom and the spiritual man. We had entered a tragic period of ultra-materialism and thus spiritual blindness. The age of Kali Yuga to the Hindus. The age of darkness. There is a timeline that most people who are in the so-called New Age, we think we're going into the age of Aquarius. No, we're not. You got to remember that with every forward motion, there is a retrograde response. And if you look at the time clock of us heading into, through the procession of the equinoxes, through the circle that the Most High, those people who are studying the science of the Most High, we progress within the age of the equinoxes, and we are in the cycle that you call the zodiac. It is a circle. It is the clock of consciousness for us as a species. But with every clock, there are two hands. One clock is facing Aquarius. One hand is facing Aquarius. But what goes opposite to the Aquarius? Leo. Our retrograde consciousness already has us in the cycle of Leo, not in the cycle of Aquarius. Some of us are operating on the Aquarian time clock, but all of the planet in its ignorance, the purging time is now, and Leo is the fire sign. And Lord knows Florida is getting a taste of Leo right now. That burning is the burning of the dross that has accumulated on your spiritual eye. Because even though we talk about white folks having calcified pineal glands, Lord knows there's a bunch of niggas out there with a whole bunch of calcification on theirs. And that has to burn off before we can even participate in the air sign. The fire next time Baldwin talked about. That fire is the burning up of all the shit that y'all been putting down based upon 2,000 years of spiritual ignorance. 2,000 years of operating with your head up your ass. What are the consequences? You know one part of your body will be one color from the other that was up your ass. It's a whole different scenario now. It's different for those people who understand. We know what all this is. We know what this Y2K shit is. This is all we've been talking about for the last 10, 20 years. It's finally coming about. And I'm ecstatic. This shit is coming down. Chaos! We wanted it. And there'll be niggas out there with the water bailing and shit, trying to be good Negro house niggas, trying to keep the house from burning. They be running in there with the hose. Yeah! Well, I tell them, go ahead. I help them. I'll give them the bucket. Now, understanding how ignorant and really stultified we've become is to understand the knowledge of cycles. Particularly the cycle known as the precession of the equinoxes, covering some 25,000 years of a cycle. The last time the pyramid was built was over 25,000 years ago. Don't believe the nonsense that they tell you that it was 2,000 or 3,000 years old. There are pyramids up on Mars and all around the different planets right now. This one here, the Pyramid of Giza, is centered where the center of the earth used to be. What we call the center of the earth. Because if you deal with all the mathematical equations, geometrically, trigonometrically, and all the rest of the different mathematical sciences, you will find that where it was in dealing with the polar star is only off by 1.1 degree, which means that that was at one time the center of the earth. And at that point, my beloved brothers and sisters, was not a desert. It was a Garden of Eden. There's another one that was in China where the land masses are together. There's one that's at least 2 times the size, or at least a size and a half bigger than the one in Giza over in China. They ain't going to let you know about it. This is divided into 2 equal and opposite halves. So opposite and different are they that they might be called zodiacal day and zodiacal night. The zodiacal night began about 6,000 years ago when the zodiacal hand entered Taurus, and the backhand, or the retro hand, the real indicator of our time, entered Scorpio. The lower half of the clock represents the materialistic plane, and we are deeply in it. At the very crux, in fact, and the deepest and most materialistic was the Virgo-Leo part of the clock. In fact, it was when we reached the material apex that we discovered the true nature of matter. We didn't discover the true nature of matter, we rediscovered the true nature of matter after Christianity destroyed all the ancient books and after the Moors were destroyed. It is at that time, during the time when it was going back into those particular, the sign of Leo, the beginning of the sign of Leo, that the Caucasoid began to his experimentation in nuclear energy. Did I tell you something? This could only happen in an age dictated to matter. But because Western man surely sorely lacks the wisdom knowledge, he cannot see that material progress implies a spiritual opposite. You cannot serve 2 masters. So, what he has done in his material quest is folded over spirituality into the context of materialism, just like God folded over to become man. Check. Stop me at any point, Joe. Are you all still with me, or is everybody starting to nod? Because once the hand goes on the chin, I know I'm losing somebody. Western man believes what he believes, that is, in religion, because he is ignorant of the cosmic facts of life. Because the Bible is a product of this very same cosmological dark age, its authors, or actually its present-day interpreters, were and are also ignorant of the meanings. Religions based on biblical truth are not of the eternal verities, but of actually only period pieces. They are of and for the Aryan and Piscean cycles. Now, where have you heard that first one from? The Aryans. Oh, hello. They themselves in their own ignorance don't even understand why Hitler chose that. He chose it because he wanted to represent a race that came up with the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the world. The Aryan nation, dealing with the sign of Aries, the first. The war sign, the Moor sign. You understand that this is where he was dealing from. That's why Germany developed scientists of the material age so deep. That's where most of the scientists came from. That's where the United States and Russia took all of their nuclear scientists from. Nazis. Yes, CIA is based upon the SS. The new gun control law is the exact same wordings that Hitler used when he enacted the gun control law in Germany and Czechoslovakia right before he took them out and started to train loads of folks towards the gas chambers, quote unquote. We are at the beginning of a new age, they say. An age some believe to be Aquarius, and even this is wrong. We need to reset the cosmic clock so that it properly aligns to the true time zone or dimensional consciousness that we are actually situated in. Cosmic consciousness to wisely use cosmic energy. This can only come from a cosmic knowledge of facts, not a biblical reference point. Which we cannot hope to achieve through the study and worship of false theologies and false cosmologies. We must learn to recognize the fraudulent nature of present-day religions and the false security these intellectuals' traps confer, so that we may learn the true nature and the true essence of what we want to interpret as God, causation, and our overall place in the creation cycle and in the nature of things. Our Melanite ancestors were the great initiates who possessed overwhelming knowledge, and they left this knowledge in pre-religious records. Again, pre-religious records. All of this came from pre-religious records. These pre-religious records were in the forms of myth and scripture, the zodiac, and on the stone temples. These were the true archives of truth, the archives of the ancient wisdom which modern man cannot read. It is the knowledge that the founding Christian and Jewish priesthood copied and then destroyed, or tried to. Because they didn't destroy this book, the genetic book, and that's the secret. That is why most of your medical technology is based upon gene technology now, because they are now going into the archives of where you have all of the written books on the Akashic records. That your genes are the ways to interface with the Akashic records. Your genes are actually the blueprints of the choice of temple that you use to process consciousness in the physical form. You choose whether or not you will come back with cancer. You choose as your life lesson whether you will come back genius or stupid. You choose all of these things. You choose your lessons just like you go to college and choose the courses by your genetic structure and by your actions, by your thought processes and by your deeds. Do you choose your genetic configurations for the next life? They say, well, live fast, die young, make a good-looking corpse. Don't give a shit. No. Your body was given for you to perfect consciousness. And what you do with this body is what the genetic codes will read in the next body that you choose, should you choose to come back. This is why this is not an accident, because you already put this down in your genetic date book to be here. And those listening to the tape already put it into their genetic date book to turn this video on, to be in this place at that particular time, to listen to hear what I'm saying. And all you good Christians who are sitting there with your jaws tight, you are there sitting with your feet folded and you're bubbling up and sweating trying to say something. I'm talking to you too. Because you will prophetically go back to what I'm saying 10 or 20 years from now and hope you can find this tape. When all your priests and all your rabbis and all your bishops and all your damn popes can't find one fucking solution for you. Stop getting them to make you believe that this book is being truly and properly interpreted. It is not. And like I said, the next 10 series, this is just for the taste of what my 10-tape series on Christianity will entail. I'm praying that brothers like this will go with me into the churches and go and say, oh, Father, we're tourists. We just want to come and take a picture of the inside of your churches. And then go and look at some of the edifices and the idol worshiping that's going on inside of these places. Not to understand what it is that the cosmological significance to all of those idols really meant. What that, just to re-educate it, to attack Christianity from its own edifices. And challenge those priests to come and sit at tables like this and explain themselves. Explain themselves. The Bible is not the written word of God. I said that, right? But stolen cosmological documentation from so-called pagan sources. A, it's the story of Adam and Eve were stolen from a Babylonian account. B, its flood or deluge story is but a repeat mythological account of the creation of the world, stolen from at least 400 previous accounts. C, its Ark and Mount Ararat have their equivalents in hundreds of deluge or deluge myths. D, even the names of Noah's sons are not new. They are copies, as are A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Isaac's sacrifice, Solomon's judgment, Samson's hair and the pillars. Moses is a stolen copy of the Syrian Mesis. The law of Moses, the Ten Commandments are stolen from the codes of Hammurabi and the 144 negative confessions of the ancient Kamites. Its Messiah stolen from the Kemetic Horus or Heru. Between Jesus and Horus, the Egyptologist Gerald Massey found 137 similarities. And these between Christ and Krishna, those between Christ and Krishna ran into the thousands. So Christianity, it's time for you to be put rake you over the coals. Explain your creation. Explain your Savior. Explain all of these people that you got in the Bible. So with all of what you now know, how could this Bible be, or even be claimed to be, a revelation of Jews? Christians today have never been made aware of these and other sources. They are never told of the priesthood and what their founding church fathers did to keep this information from them. Today, these sources are limited to only a very few because Bible-inspired fanatics purposefully destroy them. However, the ancient Jews had access to a multitude of such information, most of them unknown to Christians. They had access to tons of information. The Jews have information that you don't even believe they have. They got it in the British museums, in the Cairo museums, all of the places where you see Christianity has their little cold fingers stretched over the globe. Wherever they set up museums and edifices for their stolen artifacts, that's where they have all of the true information. The Vatican is the biggest repository of stolen shit by our people on the planet. They have catacombs you wouldn't even believe exist. 3, 4, 5, 6 levels below. They have their own police force, their own army, their own military. That's not an accident. They're a country unto themselves, like Washington, D.C. To understand this, in 125 AD, check this out, 125 AD, St. Ignatius said, there was a multitude of gospels. He said this in his day. Those that did make it into public scrutiny are the ones that the priesthood needed for its purposes of control. The rest was destroyed or lay buried in the deepest vaults of the Vatican. To understand this, present-day Christians must know there was a vast conspiracy on the way when this book was compiled and written. But you can't tell a devout Christian that this book was set up as based on a conspiracy of control. And why did it happen that the last and the one most used in 1611 happened 1 year before the slave trade? Published 1 year before the slave trade in 1612. Clue. conception. The secret, in part, lies in the structure of the Bible. Its worded structure and how you can see the priests and the scribes didn't know what the hell they were writing about. And if they did, tried to conceal it so devilishly inside of the mythology, tried to cloak the meaning by putting things that were written thousands of years before, now and thousands of years later, was added on. It is written in two languages, esoteric and exoteric. The hidden truth and its deceptive garment, the written literal word. There is the hidden truth and the deceptive garment, the written word. All Christians know today of only the literal word. And thus, the simple-minded amongst them still thinks of the world as beginning with Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, sin, the fall, and the eventual salvation to come for them. So the simple-minded, or what we call the thousand-headed ass, is led along by the master that teaches all those heads, all attached to one body, the church. They follow along in their simplistic notion of what God is. They're comfortable. A comfort zone was created for their thinking process. And in it, they are given everything they want to stay stupid. Adopt Christianity and riches will be yours. You will live comfortable not only here, but the kingdom hereafter. The esoteric of the Bible is the complete opposite. The literal word has to be interpreted. You have to know the language that it was written through, because the very same intellectual and the context of meaning, the syntax, is not the same as when it was written back in the days of the ancients. The particular way we use words and we confer meaning is not the same as it was then. So for you to understand what the Bible means, you have to understand it based on the mindset of the people who wrote it some 51, 81, 250, 1 million years ago. Now these people were operating in an environment where the air was fresh, the water was pure, the food was plentiful, and they didn't eat a lot of it. Understand the operational purview of the people who wrote the secrets of understanding God's mind, and understand the assholes who are dressed in the ties and shirts, who profess and bang and bump and thump to you today. Look at their faces. They look sickly. Most of them look like they're about to drop dead. Most of them are sick. How could these people who are specifically telling you to confer knowledge upon you don't even have a knowledge of themselves yet? In fact, secretly, the words of the Bible cloak many things, chief of which are A, cosmological organization, B, the nature and personality of cause, and C, the principles of physiological redemption. In fact, through metaphysical interpretation, the Bible secretly tells us that A, Adam and Eve were not the first human beings. B, Cain and Abel were not Adam's sons. C, Solomon was not David's son. Now I know all the Rasta brothers and sisters out there listening to this are about to get a serious awakening. If you want to speak to me, you can find me. We'll talk and we will reason. At least I can talk to you. We can confer knowledge. But if you're there to tell me that this confers knowledge upon you, and you follow this particular energy and these information, and that these people themselves existed, I'm sorry to tell you, my brother, you are laboring under a tragic misapprehension. D, the Jews were never in bondage in Egypt. E, the book of Exodus was not about the escape from Egypt. F, that the moral laws are not the laws of the tablets, nor were they handed down on Mount Sinai, or Cyanide. G, the Jews never conquered Canaan. H, the Jews were never promised Palestine. That's the biggest crock of shit that's out there. Just on the basis of your belief that these Jews were owed some form of homeland, that they move a whole population with the help of the British in the United States of America off their land. And you got jackasses like this. What is this? Oh, man! I look at these people early in the morning. When you look at these Christians in the morning, and they got this Benny Hinn, who is sitting in what they call Israel today, on the Sea of Galilee, right where Jesus walked. He's looking up at you and saying, oh, you need to be here. You need to see where Jesus walked on the water. You need to be here. And there's people looking at this shit and believing it. And he's telling you that, oh, the Jewish people are so pious, so holy, and they gave us to be able to come here to the Holy Land, where they didn't tell you that the Holy Land was supposed to be down in Argentina too. So if they'd have gone down there and fucked over the Argentine people, would you have been down in Brazil and around there talking about where Jesus walked? It's bullshit, because there were 5 different so-called promised lands that the Jews, after they made their deal with the Nazis to have a homeland, when the Jews said, if you're going to get these Jews out of Germany, yeah, we'll help you set up the homeland. Yeah, you read that book too. That's a good book to read. Bring the name again. Guyana was one of them. But there's a book out called Zionism and Nazism, I believe. I'll get the name of the author, not Platt or F-L-A-B-B, but it showed you how the Hofjuden made a deal with the Nazis, got ships, tanks, armaments to set up Israel. If these Hofjuden would set up a context or pretext of a homeland to get the Jews out of Germany. I'll dig it up. See if I can find it for you. That modern-day Palestine is not the promised land, or was it even the Holy Land? Those who do not know these things are totally ignorant of the Bible's true meaning, and is totally ignorant of the fact that he has even been deceived. And in all this time, we have never considered the price that humanity has paid because of the tyranny of Christianity and the Jewish priestcraft. That is, 1, 2,000 years of worship instead of humanitarianism and planetary welfare. 2, 1,600 years of darkness, disease, and war based on religious concepts and context. 3, the Crusades. 4, the Inquisition. 5, genocide. 6, prejudice. 7, bigotry. All these are based on religiosity. Because religion has diverted us from cosmological truth and destroyed the wisdom teaching of the ancient mystery system, we as a species are thousands of years behind the galactic and planetary consciousness schedule. In spiritual development, we are totally deficient and inept within our current space of evolutionary development. We are numbskulls in the spiritual framework of things. That is why, now that the planet has to go through its consciousness shift in the form of elemental expressions, we're panicking. Stupid-ass Caucasians under consternation from Native Americans who told them, hey, if you build here, you're building in the middle of a river. How you know that? Well, our ancestors said this was a river. 2 or 3 years ago, you saw houses floating in a river. Rivers, torrents of rivers, all coming true. The Hopi came to the United States government and said, listen, here's the deal. Blah, blah, A, B, C. Fuck off. Yeah, right. But we are so stultified and moronic spiritually that we are fearful of the changes that are coming. Instead of embracing and celebrating these changes, instead of glorifying in these changes, we wish somebody will tell us what's wrong. And they are. They're telling us all that's wrong. You're sinners. You need to come to Jesus. Our present consciousness attainment is not qualified to occupy the present state and space that our universe and solar system has entered. Think about this, brothers and sisters. Let me reiterate that again. Our present consciousness attainment. No, I ain't even putting it up there. Our present consciousness attainment is not qualified to occupy the present state and space that our universe and solar system has entered, the Aquarian Leo age. We are morons in the galactic scheme of things based upon our religious concept of things. And that training has genetically altered our first eye realization. It has kept us doubting the first impression that always happens to be the truth. Every time you think about something, immediately you defer to some form of authority to tell you whether you're right or wrong. That is the same Caucasoid state of reductionism. Remember that word. All science is based, all Caucasoid thinking is based on a system of reductionism. He'll reduce it, fragment it, piece it, blow it up, destroy it, and wouldn't know his asshole from his armpit because he studies the fragment as a whole, not understanding that he's just dealing with the part. All of our thought processes are based upon that right now. Everybody still with me? It is time to end spiritual tyranny and devote ourselves to humanity instead of a vengeful God, to civilizing ourselves instead of saving our souls, which were never lost to begin with. Opponents of the present interpretations of the Bible have labored long to destroy this present-day ecclesiastical tyranny. I, for one of them. But the Bible is still the best-selling book of all time. And the victims of this theological tyranny unwittingly distribute over 50 million copies a year. And what they do is they give you the Bible and your acceptance of Jesus for a morsel of bread. Every time you look at people who are suffering around the planet, mostly dark folks, all dark folks, you see Christianity going in. Now, with enough money that they've stolen from their lands and their forefathers bringing it to Europe to now dole it back to them as if they're the benefactors, this now, worshiping Jesus has its rewards. Your stomach is full, you get your house back. So obviously Jesus must be real. Not realizing that we're dealing with a person who is a wizard at special effects. We're dealing with the wizard. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Pay no attention to that man behind the robe. Pay no attention to that man behind the rostrum. Its present-day interpretations are so entrenched in the psyche of the Western man that this priestly hoax cannot be destroyed by ridicule. I can't stand up in front of Bible toters and start ridiculing the Bible. Their defense mechanisms, which were actually programmed into them, would automatically go up. Immediately. It will only be blinded and fanatically defended by the ignorant. And those are the ones that you want defending you. The ignorant. They will make the best soldiers in the army of the Lord. Amen. The only weapons that can destroy the present-day intellectual hold that this and other religions have on us is with a greater knowledge of it than the priesthood who presently promotes it has. Humanity must acquire the true knowledge of causation and creation, knowledge that will render spiritual supernaturalism and superstition useless and unnecessary. Without such metaphysical knowledge, the reader and the seeker cannot and will not see the truth in the subject of the scriptures. You cannot understand the Bible unless you have a prerequisite course in metaphysics. You will become an intellectual dullard. You will become a prognosticator of fairy tales. You will deal with Grimm's fairy tales. You will be a storyteller only. And unless you understand what it is you're saying, you will be propagating a poison. You will be, as the medical science says, the virus within the body. And you as the virus, and Dr. Ann Brown here shows that, I'm only using it euphemistically here, that as a virus, it can't do shit unless you know yourself. The only way you can submit and succumb to AIDS is if you believe you have AIDS. Medicine is a religion, and as a religious context, it is an orthodoxy of belief. The doctor pronounces sentence. You, as one of the faithful, believe that his sentence and his ecclesiastical protestation has now somehow conferred a reality upon you. With his diagnosis, he has told you through the word of God that you will die if you do not do this. Immediately, the brain that is the creative center of your whole universe will begin to act upon that if you are stupid enough to believe it. And that goes for all the people who chose to be ignorant to come through this particular lifetime and to get quote-unquote AIDS. You have chosen to say you have AIDS, therefore you will have AIDS. I have no pity with you dying from AIDS, because it is through ignorance and your acceptance of the bullshit that the doctors have been giving to you, just like the bullshit context that priests have been giving to you. You, as we were going to say in the beginning, bridging the gap between technocracy and theocracy. And just like that, theocracy has made you believe in a technocracy. The technocracy being part of the medical technocracy. You believe that medicine has the sacraments for your salvation. And you die based on those sacraments. Now, for you to understand the Bible, you must understand the genetic and cosmological conceptions of life. The world and creation is a massive and complex thing. Its life and economy far too technological to be accidental. Its cause can be nothing less than divine intelligence. And since all of nature bears witness to this fact, the intelligent seeker of truth begins with intelligence. Hallelujah. How come we don't ever speak about intelligence in church? Clue? Intelligence denotes the ability to think in 3 and 4 levels, to think beyond the context of the thought given, to go within the thought and extract, seed, if you will, a precision of thinking that does not confine itself to the thought process. In fact, is an exponential harmonic of the thought process. That is intelligence. That is the operation of intelligence. It is dangerous now because we are operating under thought, and thought has been colonized. How do you operate in intelligence? By using thought as a pointer only, not as the reference point, because thought is a collector of information. It is not a disseminator of intelligence. Your mind, as it is now operating within thought, in the context of thought, is operating based on a series of facts that has been programmed into you from the time you were this high. Your mother, bless her heart, is about the business of indoctrinating you to think and do properly in society. The indoctrination process happens to forward itself after she hands you over to the state. And the state now further indemnifies that particular spike. The first spike that it sets the foundation, its cornerstone, its edifice of ignorance inside of your thinking process. Thought is a collector of information. It cannot disseminate intelligence because thought is not of intelligence. Thought and intelligence are two different things. Thought is a mechanical thing. It is a byproduct of the mind as it is condensed within the human perceptual zone. Only. Thought cannot perceive of intelligence unless it is used only as an instrument to point to intelligence. You cannot use the contents of thought for intelligence, because the contents of thought are usually coated and seasoned with your emotions. Hatred, your prejudices, your anger, your envy, your deceit. This is what thought has as its container. Everything that you've experienced in your life has passed through a screen of emotion. The emotion is based upon the experience itself. That then becomes the recall button. When you have recalled that experience, you recall the emotion as part of the experience. That is how they keep you trapped within a confine or a context of information that you use day in and day out as a loop of your reality. You are trapped within that loop, and thought is the one that is the motor of that loop. Thought is not an aberration here today, because you're not thinking. Are you? Are you thinking now? No, you're listening to me. You had suspended all thought. You didn't think that you could stop your thinking. If you are paying attention to me, you are no longer thinking. Choir of angels, huh? So, thought can be suspended. How is thought suspended? Thought is suspended by learning. When you are in the mode of learning, thought ceases. It is only after what you have learned now become a revisitation of what you have learned. The thinking now act. And it is from that catalog of imbibed information do we act upon and mold our personalities. And it is right, this is why they want to indoctrinate your children from pre-K and below. Because once you have set the genetic context for thought, you cannot deal with anything but that thought timeline. And you will be prejudiced against the truth based upon what has already been filled into your thought and your indoctrinative context. See, that's the secret to indoctrinating you into religion, is to bracket it and to form the thoughts that protect that thinking process, thereby making you a good slave. So intelligence and thought are two different things. They are not the same. And when we understand that, then we know what intelligence is. Then we act and we think from intelligence. The key to understanding the cause of things is in the effect. Check. For us, this is called the known world. The Zohar, or what the Jews use, which is a compilation of a lot of our Kemetic information, states that if you would know the known, observe, if you would know the unknown, observe carefully the known. So, we must observe the known, and by a process of extrapolation, apply what we know about the known to the unknown. By this process, we will arrive at a knowledge of a cause that is in keeping with its effects. The exact opposite of the priestly method. All suns and all worlds are what are known, or what are told by Graham to be what are known as celestial fights. Just like there are gametes, the eggs and seeds, sperm. That's what a sun is in the context of our reality. It is a seeding component only. There are entities living upon our sun right now who are going through a devolutionary process into ultramatter. That is the Luciferian principle. That is all that is meant by the fall, or the fallen angels, or the fallen angles of consciousness. Because if you take the word angel and juxtapose it, it becomes angle. And that's exactly what happens. There are 33 contexts to existence, 32 contexts to existence. When you understand in the higher metaphysics how those 32 contexts come together, the 33rd point is physical existence. That's why they talk about in Masonry reaching the 33rd level, which is what the president confers upon all religions. You have to perform fellatio, from what I understand. You got to suck a penis at that point. So you know I'm not joining the Masons. Oh yeah, see what happens is you come into the earth dealing with your mother's milk. So to confer upon the man milk, you have to deal with that. Oh, you don't know about that. Upon this other part now, understanding that the 33rd reality is the 33rd vertebrae of the spine. There are 33 vertebrae to your spine. And each section denotes a unit or degree of raising Kundalini energy up through the dark passages to light the lamp of God that taketh away the sins of the world, which is your pineal gland. So the 33rd degree is all that the Caucasoid has been able to deal with, if he even reached that far. There are 360 degrees to a circle. So all suns and all planets are celestial fights, cosmic plants, where space and dimension is the soil in which they grow. So all planets are plants. And remember I told you that a plan and a planet is a plant? So that what you have is that the Most High seeds within our reality consciousness zone a plan, which is a little plan, a planet, which is a plant. The man plant, Saptapana according to the Hindus. That's who we are, the man plant. We are seated within the ignorance of God so that God may know itself. Hallelujah. God is ignorant? That's the big one. Yes, God is ignorant of self. All perfection is ignorant of itself. Perfection is a state of deterioration and degeneration. Because once it has become perfected, it is at its end. So God is not a perfection principle, it is a perfecting principle. There is no perfection in God. And to seek perfection is folly. To perfect oneself. And in the realization of all of the deeds that you do that are contrary to perfection, that is perfecting. Each time you become knowledgeable of self, the Most High becomes knowledgeable of itself. Because that's who you are. We know that all terrestrial plants come from a seed of some kind, a seed of its own type, and that this seed contains both its own cause and the ideation for all its subsequent growth and expression. Check? So within an acorn, you get an oak. You can't plant an acorn and get a rose. This is why the idea of a multiplicity of gods was so perfect within the context of all things. And when you start unitizing God into one thing, you bring it back to chaos. Check. That is why they killed that jackass Akhenaten. And that is why your Christians always look back at that to say, well, he was the one who brought back the one true God. Bullshit! He was consolidating power. And the priest said, bullshit! Because that is contrary to what is. And he took him out. Now, if it be so with terrestrial plants, it is also true of celestial plants. Worlds come from world seeds. Check. And what is a world seed? The Son. They tell you that your Savior is the Son of God. Abideth in Him. Now this is the master key to all of it. Based on genus and gonos, not theos. It is the cosmos and gonos that we derive the word cosmology or cosmogony or creation. So if we take the God principle out of God, I not mean the God principle, I mean the personified or anthropomorphic understanding of God as a little man that's orchestrating all of this, then we begin to understand that we can never, ever quantify God into the limited context that we presently operate under at this time. Therefore, once we abandon the confinement of God, we now develop and evolve. Because it is in our confinement of the concept of God into this pigeonholed these symbols that we have of God as these cloistered contexts that keep us from developing. When we destroy that, then nature speaks to us in all of the different harmonies. When you go to see a classical music played, it ain't just the violin section playing, it ain't just the cymbals, the drums, the piano, it ain't that. It is a harmonizing. And that's what man is. Man is not only the instrument, but the musician of the music of order. And it is through our thought process that we begin to bring order. That is the music. When thought is in order with all things, cosmological. When intelligence is filtered through an intelligent being, one open to intelligence, and not just through the stultified dead letter word. So when I say cosmology and genus and genetics and so forth, when I use the word gene, Genesis, where do you think this word comes from? Gene. The genes. That's why this Caucasoid is trying to start a whole new Genesis for himself. It is the new genes, or the context of a whole new religious concept. I will play the Elohim. I will play God. I will create a rat with an ear attached to it. I will create beings in laboratories that never existed before. This is the new Genesis. He is writing his own beginning or re-beginning, but it is his own demise. Because after him, you can't get any greater degeneration. Now, I'm not saying that as a racist, because as you know, it has already been proven that I cannot be a racist. I can only react to racism. I have no power to take anything from anyone. That was brilliant, by the way. So, if even I read the science, and this has no aspersions to the so-called white race, in reading their own sciences and in their own books, because as a scholar you must read their work. And I read their work and they tell me that pale is a deficiency, and that it's recessive, and that it's degenerative, that blue eyes is a degeneracy, that all of these are degenerations. If that's the case, if you say that amongst yourself and you agree, why can't I say it? Now, if you are dealing with intelligence and not confined by a thought process, I now take that particular piece of information that you let slip through, and I begin to expand the boundaries of my thinking to include all aspects of life, all behaviorisms attached to his social order, and I come up with the fact that due to a degeneration, that pale could only be the last end of a degenerative cycle. What can possibly go beyond that? Nothing. Except those of us who adopt his ways. And we pay for it. So all the brothers and sisters who out there think they got a little melanin and they bad. I'm black and I'm bad. They white, they ain't got it. Well, you dying from the same shit they dying from. You run to the doctors from the same bullshit. You got to get out of that melanin, what I call melanin ego. That a lot of our brothers and sisters who are out there studying melanin came up and gave us that new pride. Hey, listen, in the beginning I could tell you I was like, what? Little melanin I do got? Does get me separate? Oh man, 20%? Oh, did that all? Well, I lived on that. I lived on the fact that the little bit of melanin that I did have gave me a chance to see into things by spiritual context. The fact that I may have based on my white ancestry, I may have a little bit of calcification on there that I can, through ITA living, get rid of. There's hope. Now, from this master key, where we know cosmos, cosmogony, genos, cosmogony, we understand that in the seed we find combined two essentials in a seed. In a seed there is two essentials: the creative intelligence and energy. Creative intelligence had to be within this seed because this seed now is the precursor to a specific or a specificity within the vast cacophony that we call life. That is intelligence. This is why we can get caught up in the fragmentation of a thing. By separating what we think to be divine intelligence as it quantifies as this, to the detriment or to the exclusion of all others. Don't get bogged down in that. Use it as a context just to refer to, but that's it. So, within the seed of all things, there is creative energy and intelligence. Creative intelligence and energy. Interdispersed. These two are what Graham calls symbionts. Dr. Brown knows what I mean by symbionts. That they live in an affinity with one another. That the two balance one another to become whatever that particular seed is. That's the symbiont. That the dynamics of the energy that make this seed what it is to become is existing already within it. Okay? And together they constitute the causation of things. In other words, these two things, creative energy, creative intelligence, and energy, are the symbionts that deal with or cause causation in the physical world. Okay? Now follow me. Because this is all that the Bible is about. And we want to get down into the small things before we get into the others. And I'm going to speed along because I had to give you those few things. Together they constitute causation. Causation is a principle, not a personality. We affix personality after consciousness has been imbued within the context of the seed. The seed, in the realization of itself after maturity, now begins to confer that consciousness into the next seed. Because if this seed found, as it became an oak, that in its life it began to adapt through different things, had to go through storms, weather, was hit by lightning, all that information will be what? In its next seed. Now just imagine what we were before we became religious and what our seed has suffered. Think about that, brothers and sisters. What has been done to the seed of the wisdom that was passed on? What has been done to the seed of the genos that came from those ancient masters, the fallen gods? Think about that. As for worlds and suns, space is their operative field of expression. And in this field, world seeds are indigenous. And just as with terrestrial seeds, their germination sets in motion the express dynamics of creation. Just as terrestrial or biological seeds draw their sustenances and substances from the earth, so too does the cosmic seed draw its sustenance from celestial fields of energy. Check. Chaos is the seed ground of the cosmos. Let me tell you again. Chaos is the invisible seed ground of the cosmos. That is what they want to tell you is God. Now, this is the pagan wisdom that was destroyed. Like all other seeds, these cosmic seeds have within them the essence of creative intelligence, the cause of all creative activity. As with all seeds, they create the forms into which this principle manifests. And like all other seeds, they have the power of self-generation, motivation, and sustentation. Within this one little seed, it has all of its own components to create itself. In other words, the active agent in creation is within the created. Hello? So if you want to go looking for what happened with God and where Jesus was, it's in the created. You don't got to go looking for nobody to come back and hold you by your hand. That principle within we'll call the life principle. And to distinguish it from life itself, we will say that it is the evolutionary construct of life. So it is a life principle which then brings about the seed or the consciousness intelligence of the seed. And then there is life itself, that which we know as chaos. You can never know what life is, but you can get a peek at what it's about in what it has created. All terrestrial seeds contain with that essence. All terrestrial seeds contain that essence within it. That is the coding process called genes. The carriers of creation mandates. That's what this seed is. The carrier of the creation mandate, or the creative ideation. The hereditary characteristics. This is what we call the genetic. Genesis genetic. Celestial seeds or planets contain what the ancient masters referred to as monads. If you read your ancient Hindu texts, monads, M-O-N-A-D-S, or the carriers of the planetary creative mandate. That's what a monad is. It's the carrier of the planetary or the human creative mandate. It is the characteristics of the world that will be. We have a specific monad for the intelligence that has blossomed upon this world. And it came as the particular sun that all of these different cosmological stories told us thousands and hundreds of millions and zillions of years ago. That story of creation is the story of a trillions and trillions upon years of involution of God. How God involved itself with itself to find out itself. Those 7 days of creation that you know about in your Bible is the 7 levels of involutionary cycles that the Most High went through before the 7th day, where it rested, and then creation came about. Genetic intelligence has no choice, but creates only after the innate plan or idea that constructed an individual seed. That is why they are dealing with genetic medicine now. Because you see, the genes have the predisposition to be changed by your actions and your thought processes. Your soul carries the experiences of hundreds of thousands of years of earthly experience. And it is burdened by those experiences. It has upon it blemishes based upon how deeply your thoughts pained you, or how deeply your thoughts of hatred against someone else, or whatever. You have created a blemish or a tattoo of experience upon that neutral element within yourself, that byproduct of etheric elements called your soul. You have personalized that energy dynamic within you called a soul, and upon it do you place all of your experiences in the flesh. It is through the genes that you now are able to unload that blemish. It is because through the blemish that it perverts your genes that you learn based upon your past mistakes. Now, if they change the codings of your genes, and they take your genes and change and put artificial genes like they want to, then they have stopped your ability to unburden your soul. You can no longer find your way in the place that was created for you to evolve. spiritually. You now become a robot. You have no more feelings because there's nothing to keep you wondering whether something is right or wrong. You don't care anymore. You become a good killing machine. And that's what they're creating now. Thus, there is no free will in the principle of creation, nor is there any reason process that man has fixed to it, being of the mind of God. This is not the reasoning of the mind of God. This is the reasoning of the mind of man, as it begins to realize the God within itself. This is God. You don't like to know about it because you just say, well, this is all fucked up. I don't like this anymore. God, show me something else. No, it don't come like that. It doesn't come like that because what happens is you have to go through a process of jettisoning all your experiences. It is in that process that you mold and now you evolve. There is no time limit to your evolution. You don't got to know the end of the Bible by the time you're 65 years of age, or else you're doomed. It doesn't work like that. You are timeless. You will continue to evolve in God, or in what you perceive to be God, because chaos don't give a shit whether you exist or not. Think on that, and then you have a reason to be. You have a reason to understand why you are. That you are the civilizing end. You are the civilizing mind of God. You are God setting the civilization. You are the harmonizing mind of God. Thus, one does not ask the Creator its reasons. Why did you make the world? Why did you make me? Why did you make pain and suffering? Why did you make disease and death? That is an infant that, of course, I hope you begin to teach better. Reasons imply reason and reasoning. Creation does not. When you watch a volcano take off and cover and smother all life, do you say, oh, I wonder what's the reason? Or do you see the byproduct of that when life begins to form upon that rich, fertile soil? You will fix the reason. There is no more. It is just what it is. All of what you interpret to be God has been based upon how man has interpreted God, not how God gave you to interpret it. It's bullshit. That's the way a priestcraft controls you, because they're the ones telling you what God said. And you defer all of your intelligence, all of your reasoning to the man on the pulpit. As if you didn't have more. Matter of fact, you've got to have more intelligence than the man on the pulpit if you're thinking beyond the context of this written word. Because you have the dynamics of intelligence to think peripherally. He can only think within these confines, which stultifies his ability to be intelligent. He can be smart, he can be a student and scholarly of the Bible, but he damn sure can't be intelligent. Because once he begins to deal with the aspects of intelligence that begin to destroy the context of his belief system, he begins to retreat deeper into his beliefs rather than to accept. He will never surrender, because that would be tantamount to blasphemous. He will have then said that intelligence is tantamount to Satan's hold, and that Satan made me intelligent. So I defray all my intelligence and my own ability to think for myself, and I adopt and I adapt. Creation of matter is purely dynamic, a matter of violent and terrible forces. It is purely quantitative. Thus, no moral qualities are necessary to the creation of a world. However, they are necessary to the civilizing of one. In other words, morality appears as an evolutionary quality of biogenesis, not cosmogenesis. Now, I'm not saying that life begins with a slug. Please do not think that when I'm saying evolution, that I'm believing that there's a slime crawling up out of the space of an ocean and saying, well, hell, I think I'll be a monkey. And shit, I'm a fish now. Let me come out and be a porpoise or a tortoise. That's not what I'm talking about. That is the European Caucasoid worldview. He thinks he comes from slime. Then let him think that way. But in all histories and all understandings of the higher cosmology, it is the higher that creates the lower, not the lower that creates the higher. I didn't come from no fucking ape. And don't tell me I did. And stop telling your children that shit. And if you look inside of all of those books that they teach in histories, they do that. And it's funny how religion plays that game on you. Religion will tell you you didn't come from an ape. Yet still, religion is the one that is giving you the books that teach that shit. Think about how they keep you confused. In one perspective, they said, no, this is not, religion is not about, no, we didn't come from no ape. Okay, great. If we didn't come from any ape, go to the schools and find out. But if you look at anthropology, it's in a religion in itself. And those books, the Vatican, are the ones that, we already told you about that, didn't we? Creation is involution. Involution is quantity, potential. No quality, no morality. Evolution equals quality. And I don't mean evolution, I mean specialization. Or the realization of the specific attributes. Or aspect realization. That's what I mean by evolution. So if I use evolution as a broad term, please do not pigeonhole me into the belief structure of today. What I mean by evolution is using intelligence as a qualifying medium for realization. And from that realization, factoring it into information. And then using it for your betterment. Okay, that's what I mean by evolution. So evolution basically equals quality, not quantity. It is the molding of what we want to call morality. This is the gravest error of spiritual theology. In the deepest, most innate essence of its beingness, the creative principle is non-moral and non-self-conscious. If it is self-conscious of itself, it would be pissed off, it would be pitying, it would be horrible. The only way the creative principle becomes that is through us. So to affix the principle that you now have evolved to give up unto yourself is not part of what it is. You are simply just realizing an aspect of the One Most High. And if you have realized it as such, then it becomes as such. If it is no longer a part of your reality, it disappears. It ceases to be, just like any other dinosaur. And we've been talking around a whole lot of bones of dinosaurs in our thinking process. We've been carrying archaic thinking processes, which has stultified our growth. Religion is one of them. Creation is non-self-judgmental. Its first creations are savage, merciless, warlike. And this is what the Bible is talking about. This is what the Mahabharata was talking about. This is what the Vedas are talking about. This is what all cosmologies, the Kemetic cosmologies, speak about. That when the creation of a planet or a sun comes into being, it is violent. It is the war in heaven. Chaos involved or inverted becomes creation. Repeat that. Chaos inverted or involved becomes creation. Now I'm being very not simplistic. I don't want to insult your intelligence here. I'm not being simplistic. I am being rudimentary. So if there are further interpretations of words that I am using, then we can bring them up in the question and answer period, and then I'll qualify them for you. Creation is the germ within chaos, and chaos is the germ within creation. That is the yin and yang symbol you see. When you see the Tao, this creation. That's it. In its deepest nature, there is no love or mercy in God. The only person or only entities that can feel or bestow love or mercy is man. It has no perception of conscience. It has no self-value or morality. This it realizes through us. We witnessed the 10 trillion years of conflict, pain, suffering, and death. Nothing endowed with pity, love, mercy, or morality could or would create a thing so violent and horrible as a primeval world, or create catastrophe after catastrophe, disaster after disaster, billions upon billions of years. Demon et Dios in veros. What did I say? Demon et Deus in veros. The devil is God in reverse. Another translation for seed is egg. Our ancestors always spoke about the mundane egg or the world seed. Here in the biologic world, biologic aggregates are not resolutions of a common bioplasm, but distinct and separate constructs of distinct and separate genes. They are distinct and separate ideas and ideations of the one thing. Let me repeat that. In the biological world, biological aggregates are not resolutions of a common bioplasm. They are the expressions. If they are a bioplasm, that common bioplasm is not common as one bioplasm. It contains the multitude. Therefore, it is the multitude. So you cannot say that that one thing is all of these things, separate and equal. It is all of these things. To separate them is to fall into that context of fragmentation. And then you get lost in the source. And you begin to think that the tree is God over there. And you start worshiping a tree. And then you start looking at some man on a cross. And you think that that's God over there. Cosmic aggregates, solar systems, and galaxies are not resolutions from a common substance, gas or nebulae, but outgrowths of separate entities, each going through its own life cycle and fulfilling its own life principle. How many times at the gathering of the masters I've told you that this earth itself is going through its own individual cycle of evolution, feeling, understanding, serving, knowing, so that its spirit may go forward. And that you have chosen this planet because this particular ideation, this consciousness construct is what your particular energy was attracted to. You are here based upon the choice of schools that you chose. Some choose Harvard, the other choose this. You chose this planet. So don't get pissed off at the teacher. Okay. Okay, now, before I break for a short something, so we'll have a little bathroom run. Let me finish off this line. According to the universal law of consistency of method, we can draw the conclusion that the creative factor in cosmic forms is identical in nature to that of biologic forms, namely, a prolific but non-moral genetic principle, amazingly creative but unconscious of what it creates, until you, the soul factor, the light factor, gives it its fuel source, its reality, its raison d'etre. This is where man becomes the molding factor. This is the perfecting principle within chaos creation. With a clearer understanding of this, creation is no longer a theological mystery, incomprehensible to man, but only a previously undisclosed reality not yet comprehended by man. If man would comprehend it, they only have to reduce it to the comprehensible, namely planetary genetics, that is seed growth organism organization. Now that's really sounding like white people, but it's not. I have to do this in order to show you what you've sown over this day. You know, sometimes, I don't know if you've learned to do like crocheting and so forth, and all of a sudden your grandmother's looking at the stuff you did and said, no baby, no, that's not it. And you start unraveling everything. I've seen them do that to my mother and my grandmother, and you say, oh, all that work I've done, it was wrong. So through that particular knitting of the concepts and the consciousness construct we've been laboring under, I have to take it apart, and you have to look at the individual parts and the different techniques you use to stitch the way you formed it, and that's the way I'm going to unravel your reality, your comfort zone, so that you can understand the reality of what you're doing. And all of a sudden, the embroidery will take on a whole other meaning, whole new shapes, whole new designs will come with it. This next context, I'll give you a 15-minute break here. The next context, we'll be breaking down genetics right here. In the beginning, God created the world. We're going to go line by line with the Bible for about maybe 2 or 3 pages, because I'm not going to do the whole Bible right now. We will be doing the whole Bible, like I said, for those who just came in, through a 10-tape series, hopefully to begin when the Omega faction kind of beams through. And when that happens, we'll deal with it. But at this point, I want to go from, again, the idea of theocracy as technocracy, and how we have been made to believe that a vicarious atonement of a Jesus will somehow be in Bill Gates saving us through the technological demise of our people. With that, I will say we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Now, get ready. Brother Valentine, part 2.
Hello. Hago. From theocracy to technocracy, the destruction of intelligence through belief-oriented thought. I was told to preface part 2 by giving a little update as to why it is I haven't been doing much of the gatherings of the masters anymore, and why I haven't chosen to do a lot of lectures, though invited. I here at this forum would like to offer my apology to those who have extended courteously a chance for me to speak, but the reason first why I'm not having any more gatherings of the masters is because my temple, the 1241 Carroll Street, that I've lived for 35 years and fought the court system for nearly 6 years, was stolen directly from under me through an auction that they did on the house. And the only reason why I don't still have it was because the next phase of my fight in court would have entailed me bringing my mother up to fight from Trinidad. And if I had her with me here to prove that she was around and everything was copacetic, and we would have gone through that phase, I would still be there. But my mother, in her 70s, does not have the strength to be dealing with this beast and the kind of nonsense and pressure, stress, and mental anguish that goes along with it. But suffice it to say, we, after assessment, came up with what Vernon and myself ascribed to be over $500,000 in lawyers' fees that they had to spend fighting us over the last 6 years. We set a precedent in court by doing things ourselves. They didn't know what to think, and we would have still been there had it not for the fact that my mother, being not of the best of health, could not travel, especially if you know about Trinidad. Piapa Airport is in the Stone Age, so it's traveling up and down stairs and things of that nature. And when she said to me, "You fought well, we didn't even think you'd be there that long," because after the first 2 years of fighting, she thought I was going to lose it. But it went on for another 4 more years of fighting them. And to the frustration of all the lawyers who attempted, we went through about 12 different lawyers the bank sent at us. And each one of them went to different places. Sister Mornira was there at the beginning. She understood, she knew. We relinquished it. Even up to the point when the marshals came to the door, very courteous man, we gave him a piece of paperwork that could be paperwork that we used to get the house back no matter who's in it. And we could do it. We could come back and through what is known as the blue sky securities fraud, open up a whole other case that whoever is there, I could get that same marshal to throw them out and put me back in. But then it came to me after 32 years of being in that house, and then after the 6 years, really the 8 or 9 years of fighting, because I really got my consciousness at least 10 years ago on how the system was working. After all of that, I started relinquishing and saying, well, if I release this, I know all will be added on to me. And the old girl, the old ship, she was kind of going away at the moorings. She was leaking and the whole 9 yards. All the monies I did spend to try to put her together, I had lost or really fought in the battle. So I'm out of that house now where you had put your head down for the gathering of the masters. So all those many years that we went there to disseminate information that today is now becoming very popular. We knew what we knew back then, 10, 15 years ago when we were starting these things. And when we began to disseminate underground information that now has become popular information. All of you all who assisted in that are pioneers. Because when they banned me during 1984-85, when I told about the AIDS hoax, I had the nerve to say that AIDS was a hoax and that Cameron was bullshit. I was then ostracized because you all were there. You knew I was there yelling and screaming, telling everybody that AIDS was bullshit. And in the natural healing community, that was a first. But I don't take any credit for that because that was something that we should have known to begin with. Why would we believe the white man at that point now? He's telling us that there's something he can't cure that is supposed to be for us. Everything that starts in the white community just ends up devastating the black community. Don't we understand the truth by now? So we should have gotten it. But I no longer have that temple, but I have designs on a whole new temple. I am currently living in Queens, abiding in Queens, living in my body, and I have one of the graces and auspices of people around me, and I won't mention their names because I'm so controversial at this time, that I promise not to come out to speak, but only for certain people that I would come before and talk. And Brother Big Man, I want you to give he and the brothers that are there bring us together a great round. Grassroots Productions, because these are the few that do. This is the ones I call the few that do. These brothers are out there pounding the pavement, getting the information out. They are the griots. They are the emissaries of light. And I would sit before them. They call me out, I do it any day. Just like I did with Brother Eric Muhammad. When he called me, I do it. Because I know what that means. I know who will show up. And I know why I'm coming there. So right now I don't have a home. And my little P's and Q's that I do get, the little monies I do get, come from the graciousness of people who do this, who knew what it is that we were doing collectively at 1241, the temple, who knew that we were giving fever to the Jews that were living around there to begin with, up until from 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday till 6 o'clock that night, we would be giving them fever. And you know when Bobby Hemmett talks, he don't whisper. So that's a preacher that talks 6 and 10 hours. And the beauty of that time has now folded over to become, as we speak here about this particular topic, the beauty of that time, those 7 years, those 9 years, is folded over to become you and to become me. And I'm glad, I'm happy to have relinquished history so that in your hearts and in your own and on tape, you all have history that you all can show the young brothers and sisters to come up after you. like they're doing with the Marcus Garvey movement, showing all the way they were coming together. This is an underground railroad right here that is going to surface at another time. Kids are going to be playing out things. Young college students who are tired of the bullshit, they're going to be playing these tapes, and they're going to hear the real deal. And you all are going to become the griots, the elders for their reality. So with that, I was told by Brother Big Man to tell you the circumstances under which I'm laboring. And now we're going to go forward, because what I want to do now is to take the technocracy part, touch upon it a little bit first, and then break it into the theocracy part. And I mean the theocracy into the technocracy. Now, I first want to get you to understand, before we go forward into a few of the lines of the Bible, especially Genesis. And again, for those who are looking at part 2, in part 1 I spoke about the fact that the whole Bible will be broken down. Not the whole Bible, but in effect, the meat of the Bible that most ministers use, most rabbis, most people use to bring reality to a religious concept, will be spoken about, will be talked about, and we will treat it with the deepest of metaphysical respect, so that you can actually use this as a home version series that you could teach. You could translate it, transcribe it, and use it as a category or a catalog for setting up your own context of metaphysics. You know, it's time for us to get a whole new version of what this whole Bible is about, because as quiet as it's kept, this thing is what runs Western civilization, theocratic thought context. And everything we think about, everything that comes from what we think about, from theocracy to technocracy, comes from this. Okay, we want to talk about the qualities of God as they have been qualified by man. According to the scriptures, all good qualities come from God, and all evil qualities comes from some devil or Satan. But these two are actually one and the same, as we know. The wiser ancestors knew this, and this is where I gave you that particular quote, Demon est Dios in veros. Okay, it's just Latin or Greek thinking that the devil is nothing but God in reverse. Okay? In other words, when spirit became matter, it became evil. That's all it means. When spirit became matter, it became evil, or the source of evil. Matter being the source of evil. We in the Western dynamic use a lot of Greek terminologies, a lot of Latin terminologies to form the subtexts and to form the syntax to our languaging system. So the Greek word diabolos, D-I-A-B-L-O-S, diabolos, breaks down to mean dia, D-I-A. I wish I could be a fake there, but we'll speak like it. But there's D-I-A, dia, which means, and bolos, which means to be thrown down. That is, spirit being thrown from the higher planes to the lower planes. Diabolos. The ancients also knew that human desire, this is very important, human desire, the cause of our evil, was in the planetary elements. In other words, there is a connection between emotion, as the brother wanted us to speak about, emotion and the elemental potencies of existence. The fire, air, water, and earth all are attracted by human emotion. And without the emotional body, you cannot procreate sexually. This is why a lot of extraterrestrial entities seek to find out why we still can procreate. That's why they do a lot of these sexual things, because the emotional body is necessary for physical procreation. And the emotional body is the body's subtle, the subtle part of the body that confers reality to the existence that we occupy. It fills out the emotional content of reality. We, by our emotions, feed the social consciousness wherein we breathe and where we create an atmosphere that we live within. So the elementals of the fire, air, water, and earth, those entities that are conscious as themselves, when we breathe them in and they are filtered through the emotional body, through our sensing mechanisms, they then become conscious of themselves. Again, let me show you the difference between being conscious as yourself, which is just the elementals of God's potencies. Remember, we talked about there is no moral volition to what you call God. But there are potencies or aspects of itself that when collectively coming together create certain quantified or qualifying aspects of the quantified matter that imbues it with that life. Now we say that that is not something that just God creeps into after it's created. It is the one Most High. It is chaos converted. And in that piece of chaos, does chaos realize itself? And you, the housing of your body, is actually the physical form housing chaos or bringing order to chaos. You see? So, in understanding how dense matter is given life, there are elemental potencies, the four elements, what you call fire, air, water, and earth, what the Bible calls the W-O-R-D. What's that? The Word of God. They say the Word made flesh. The fire, air, water, and earth becomes flesh. That is the W-O-R-D of God. So when you understand how human emotions and the human mechanism of breath, that is the electrical potential, the electromagnetic dynamic that infuses chaos and order together. That is how the breath is the bridge between chaos and order. That is how we know the involutionary and evolutionary process. The involutionary by the inbreathing, what we call the night of Brahma. And the evolutionary, what we call the day of Brahma. And you will know that Brahma, this is how subtle and thick it's become. You've seen this word before, right? Right? Now, in the Hindu context, when Brahma became evolutionary, it became this. Right? But then what the Bible did was flip. It just took the A and did this. Okay? This is just a little piece of what that 10-tape, what do you call it, is going to show you. How they slickly interposed, juxtaposed, and played all kind of games with your head. Just by juxtaposing and interpolating words. Understanding that nothing in the Bible is new. Everything is old that is new again and new that is old. And these Christians who went along pillaging, you see, the whole thing started with Constantine when he was not allowed to be initiated into the mystery system. He said, what? Bullshit, I'm a king. I'll start my own shit. So what he did was he took the information that was dealing with the Druids, what you call, they worship a god called Jesus, the sun. And the Hindus who worship Christos. And these two factions brought together, along with the Phoenician god for the sun was Ges, G-E-S. Are we getting all the points coming together now? Yes. Same thing. So when you understand, Zeus is from Deus, too, as well. Zeus being the one, Deus being the two. Yes. Deus being the two, D being the dual, which is Deus, where they talk about God. That's the feminine and masculine. And Christianity took the feminine nature out of God, which was slick, because now you have a so-called patriarchy, really with a matriarchal context, because that's why they wear all the skirts and long robes. What do you think? It's to deal with the feminine principle. It's slick, ain't it? Oh, the symbology is deep. I wish I could speak to 6 and 12 hours like you're accustomed to, because we would actually get into the show enough. I can only scratch the surface right now. But when I do have time, I do promise here, and I'm right on tape, I will be doing this 12 tape, 10 tape, whatever. You know what? The hell with this being 10 tape. However long it takes, we're going to put it on tape. And we're going to show you all the different ways that the so-called Christian fathers mutated your histories, your cosmologies, to create the Christian religion. Catholicism. Anyway, the ancients knew that desire was the motivating influence in the blood, and feelings was in the nerves. So feelings and desires were the operative principles, the subtle principles of emotion that operated the dynamic of the human flesh, operated the experiential dynamic of the human flesh. The word desidero, which is di and sidero, meaning di of, and sidero, meaning of, or the root word for sidereal, which means of the stars. So your desires were essentially of the stars. They were motivated by points of light based upon star configurations. That is why you are under the ignorance as you are now, because if you want to deal from a higher metaphysical context, there are those who are higher spiritually motivated people who are just as screwed up as we are, and they can change constellational contexts and vortexes. Like the Big Dipper and all of these different Bear, the Draconis, all of these were constellations that were purposefully formed around this consciousness time zone to lock out certain vectors of light and the light code transmissions for our redemption. So there are certain cages, prismatic cages of light that diffuse the central light into all of what you see now that keep your ignorance. The constellations are what are diffusing the light vortices, the light vectors that keep you from knowing who you are beyond that context. That is why we are being moved. There ain't no mothership coming to take us off the planet. The planet will be moved. The whole system, the whole planetary move, the moving of the context, everything will be moved out of the present situation. That's why they're finding whole new planets. They're thinking, oh my God, where was that all the time? They don't understand that the whole universal context is going to a shift, so that now we are picking up information that we're supposed to have been getting, but has been blocked not only by the planetary umbrella, the celestial stars, but by the ignorance that was created from that planetary ignorance called Christianity and religion. Alright, I'm only picking on Christianity because this is the central basis of its operation here in the Western Hemisphere. I deal with all religions being a confining religio, to relegate, a stultifying aspect, a cyst upon our consciousness. The word star comes from the word asta, and that word being astral. So when they say a disaster, it means something that happened in the stars, a great cataclysm that is star-related. Thus, human desire and stars are made of the same cosmic matter. Desire is in the blood. The same materials that make planets, the same materials that form the ideas around planets are what course through your bloodstream. And they course through your bloodstream in pyramidal matrices. You can take a drop of blood and let it crystallize. And if you use an electron microscope, you will see that the matrices of the blood crystals become pyramids. Okay? So everything is based on light. Your blood is actually liquid crystal. Just like they use liquid crystals on computers and all of those space shuttles and so forth, you are a walking tabernacle, a monstrance, an estuary for God's presence in the physical form, for want of a better word. You are the quantification and the qualification of all that chaos is as order. He who overcomes his desires and conquers the flesh, he now becomes a master. Okay? So from master, which is from astral, when you conquer it and you understand the mother principle, or you understand the dynamics of vibrations, and you come under control, you become a master. Which means that the material, the star material that you have coursing through your bloodstream has now been brought under the order that man was to bring to God in the physical form. So all of the astral material in the blood, when you retain it, when you have converted it, when you have transmuted it, you now become a master. Which means that all of the astral material that would be the byproduct of chaos now becomes under the order of God in flesh. The astral element, over the countless eons, has become rarefied. That's what you are, a rarefication of chaos. It becomes rarefied or conditioned with humanity's evolutionary experiences. It has become qualified or impregnated so as to become our psyche or the source of our psychic power. The way to tap into this power is through the emotions by means of meditation, affirmation, and understanding of what prayer really is. Okay? This is the prayer answering power, not a religious God. When you realize that it is not to God that you're praying to, that it is to the astral forces that move through you, that you have command on them, that you could name them anything you want, and they will obey as long as in the deepest part of your understanding you can visualize what they are to do and what they are to become. You cannot help but becoming that because you are the creator. You are the creating principle. And in you, all things are possible. All things are potential. And what you do is you sacrifice, you abdicate the throne of that reality by deferring to a vicarious savior, someone else coming from somewhere else to save you. You spit and you piss upon your inheritance by abdicating your power, by who you are, by saying that something else that was concocted in the mind of beast-like bastards is going to come by and give you anything. Hell. Man's personal four elements is affinitized with the planet's four elements. You understand what I just said? Man's four elements, which is qualified through you and your intelligence and through the intelligence-making aspect of evolution. You become affinitized with the earth's elements. And you now get into synergy, into syntonic relationship with the earth. And when they say that you and the earth are one, yes you are, because the earth, having now been representative of the sacrificial sun, giving up that light to become the earth where you may now have peace, order, so that you can know God and live. It is in your devolutionary process that you begin to understand who you are. Because in your evolutionary process, you are one with it all. Once you are the top part of your devolutionary charts, right there when the sun now comes into our reality, that's at the time when spirit now is trying to find its matter. That's what they call Lucifer taking on the flesh. That is Lucifer, that is Prometheus with the fire. All of it has to do with the Son, and it all has to do with sacrifice. The Son of God, Jesus, being crucified on the cross of matter. Prometheus being nailed to that stone, chained to that rock. All of that having to do with the fact that the light became matter. From the higher to the lowest. The vibratory rates, for those of you who are scientifically inclined, attenuated, slowed down. The four planet elements. Now, what happens when you affinitize yourself with the maybe about 2,000-3,000 miles from off the surface, they found lakes on the sun, people. Their little satellites now found lakes of what looks like water on the sun. Clue? But the sun's radiating power, the solar force, what call the direct menu of God, that which we're supposed to be feeding directly from. Because the sun essentially grows everything else you eat. Check. So the primary food source would have to be the sun. Well, all of your devolved organs now hide the fact that solar energy through the breath fed you the direct menu of God. Because all components are in that solar fire. So when the sun interacts with the aura and the mist and the stench of your thinking, and all of that is up in the atmosphere, the ionosphere, and the sun has to burn through all of that, of course it's going to cause all forms of disturbances to your patterns on the planet. Because all of the evil and greed and wickedness and the madness and stupidity that we do always comes out through the breath. Because you can't think or act or do or become conscious without breath. You think about it. Whenever you are there, something comes to you. Like I just noticed some people, whenever I said something that really hit them, they take a deep breath. They don't know why they do that. That's because the breath is the connection between that which they are now observing and the thing that they're becoming because of what they have observed. So all of your emotions are actually on your breath. Sex, when you're getting excited about somebody, the breath starts going, the heart starts pumping. It's all on the breath. When you think and you want to emit a particular thought process, it comes through the sinuses. That's why people who have problems with their sinuses have had problems in their ability to express their thinking and to have it accepted. A lot of times people get a chance to say certain things, get out of here, don't you? And their fathers and mothers say, you stupid, shut up. So all of a sudden you're talking like this. It clogs up. They automatically through their thought process begin to block the sinuses. And the sinuses are the expression for the particulates of thought. Because all thought has particulate residues. Thought ain't just something that just floats in the air. It is a tangible substance. And it has the affinity, the ability to draw the elementals out of the air. They look for those vibratory sounds and those vibratory waves. And that's how your thoughts become real things. You are a creator. In like manner, many still believe God created the world when again it was the sun. But not our sun as science presents it. A sun is a concentric transmuter of cosmic energy into chemical matter. The sun transduces or processes cosmic energy into chemical matter or chemical energy. It is the fuser. It is the one that takes the ideation within the seed and through its light activates that ideation into reality and into being. It is through the cosmic force of that light that seed now awakens to its purpose. And that's how you're supposed to have been feeding yourself. And once you feed from that direct menu, then everything else begins to fall into line. The sun again is a concentric transmuter of cosmic energy into chemical energy. The congealer of life through energy. The creative process up to this point is an invisible phenomenon unknown and unrecognized today. From here on, it becomes the inverse, a visible and obvious one, but still little known or recognized as the sun, a planet, a moon, or an asteroid. Just like when we eat and break down something, it then becomes the feces and the fecal matter. Just look at all the asteroids floating around in space as cosmic fecal matter. Look at the moon as cosmic fecal matter. It is the end product of a solar dynamic that gave up its life that we may live. These various cosmic bodies, disconnected in our minds, fragmented in our concepts of reality, are not different species from a divine economy, but different stages in one ongoing process, that is, the making of a life-bearing planet. You want to see if there's any reason to the madness? Yes. Chaos in its own chaos has its own reason. But to try to say that chaos is reason is stupid. We don't know what it is, but we can only participate because it becomes. And as it becomes, we become along with it. All cosmic bodies are made this way. In this transformation progression, the sun constitutes the highest subdivision of the seventh plane. And its work is that of transforming the primal essay, the essential essay, that which we have no name for, into the primal material gases, into differentiated gases that eventually become the mineral components, the homogeneous into the heterogeneous. The homogeneous into the heterogeneous. Now it's funny, because as we begin to look at gases, we begin to say, well, in all the minerals are all the lights. The sun is in all the minerals. The sun creates minerals in your body. How? From the essay that it uses to create planets. And because your body has a matrix, a divine intelligent format to follow, when you breathe in, these two nostrils differentiate that essay into the minerals that it needs. The yang and the yin. The plenum, the essence and the essential. All of it is already mineral in essential form. The sun now processes that environment into what we know as the minerals in the body. You don't have to eat plants. You don't have to eat fruits. Of course, I'm not telling you go out and starve. I'm telling you where you came from. And if we had this knowledge 2,000 or 3,000 years ago and didn't go about trying to get saved, trying to save a soul that was never lost, where would we be now? In this way, the sun is laying down within itself the physical basis of a future planet. The process of that fusion, F-U-S-I-O-N, is called fusion. You know, nuclear scientists. This process is known as fusion. And by means of it, the elements of the atomic table come into being. These elements contain the life force and the life-bearing period, or the duration of a planet, or the time it takes for them to radiate themselves away. They have a time clock for existence. All of reality does not stand still. This is why this must go. The particular reality around the Bible as it's being interpreted today is as stultifying as the calcification of the pineal gland. It's just like having stones in your kidneys. For your damn kidneys to work, you got to remove the stones. This at one point was used to collectivize or to quantize a particular thought process into being. Now we know what that thought process has become. And just like I said in the beginning, that within all seeds, you know what they are. They contain everything that they are going to be. Well, Y2K is the growth, the end product, the flower of Western civilization. Because within the seed of that European context, we have the demise. Think about that. They're scurrying about looking for solutions because the seed within their great plant says that everything shuts down. Now I'm saying these so we can bring this to this. When released, they become the planetary aura, the energy essence of biologic forms. And as their vibrations rise, so do life. When they collectivize and they through fusion, not fusion, but fission. By the end of their life cycle or evolutionary cycle, they stand in inverse order or identical to those of itself in involution. Based on its inverse nature, that is, the three highest elements being spirit, evolution must be representative of the same in matter. Here, man will be a spirit being with all of the knowledge, wisdom, and power that God's search for itself will afford. So now man itself creates and becomes what it has imagined its creator to be. becomes the creator. Man becomes the creator, self-realized. The creator cannot realize itself. In chaos it is random. It is. It is the Ein Sof of the Kabbalah. It is the Yod He Vav He. It is the unspeakable, the unknowable. But there is the unknowable, the unknown, and the known. And through the known you can know the unknown. And through understanding of the unknown you can peek at the unknowable. Check? Yeah. Now we're going to talk about the sun being the fallen god Lucifer. The sun is a cosmic crucible in which that cross called matter is made. Now when you see Jesus on the cross, that is an ancient symbol from all the way back that states that man, which is God, or spirit, which is God, is sacrificed or dies in matter. That's all that symbol means. And when it says that God died in Calvary and spirit died and Jesus was crucified on Golgotha, you will understand that in the Greek and in the ancient Latin, that the Greek was Golgotha, I believe, and the Latin was Calvary. No, I believe it was the reverse, but don't quote. You know what I'm talking about. Calvary meant a high place, a mound. This is your head. The crucifixion does not mean die. To crucify means to increase. So when you begin to increase the energy potencies, the fuels within your body, in through the spine, you increase, you cross, or you refine the material, the essay that you pour out every 29 and a half days of the month from your solar system, your solar plexus, the inner solar system right here, your sun plexus, spews forth the divine essay every 29 and a half days of the month. That essay travels through and becomes qualified by your breath, by your consciousness, by your experience. If you sexually get rid of it, then it dies, it is sacrificed. It is the destruction by Herod of the innocence that you talk about in the Bible. Remember? When Herod killed the innocents? Well, Herod means passion and lust. So Herod slaughtered the innocents. So when you understand that all inside of you are all of those apostles, all of the saints, everything, you are the qualifying agent for that. So the sun is the cosmic crucible on which that cross called matter is made. The sun is a transmuter of cosmic energy. This is a fact that was known by our ancestors tens of millions of years ago. And it was reduced to something we call myth today. For example, Prometheus was the first, supposedly, to transmute atoms fit for human clay. Prometheus stole fire from heaven and brought it down to earth, which means he is the soul of fire personified. The sun is also a future moon. This is another aspect of the myth of Adam creating Eve from his rib. A moon is the residue left by the solar furnace in the creation of the mineral kingdom. Lava, pumice, etc. Craters, pockmarks are not the result of meteors. This is the result of an internal dynamic. The moon didn't get hit by a ton of what he called it. Why ain't it getting hit today? All of that you see on the moon, the craters, were the result of volcanic actions based on an internal dynamic that ended up being the scars you see on the surface. The same as you look up from the planet now as you see it today. All of this bubbling up, flares caught and congealed in the process, much like that of the sunspots we see today. When its evolutionary cycle is over and the mineral covering is radiated away and life has moved on, or energy has now found another place for its consolidation, Nothing remains but the ball of slag with some of the mineral residues that you see. Such is our moon. Moon is nothing more than a corpse in space. How solar systems are formed. When an old sun dies, it is born again as a young planet. But it is not done that way immediately. For millions of years it may wander in space to cool its internal heat. At this point it is a cosmic bomb radiating and deadly. Now, for all you people who want to know what Nibiru was, and the Babylonian myth about Nibiru colliding with Tiamat to create our solar system, this is it. The wandering sun, the prodigal son. This is in Greek, the Apollon or Apollo, chief of the wandering spirits. This is who Apollo was. Or simply Apollo the sun, dead and deadly. The plural of this phenomenon are the wanderers, and the ancients had it in mind. That's what they call the planets, the wanderers. In due time, these wanderers are picked up by the magnetic or gravitational force, not by the gravitational force of the sun, but by the magnetic force of other suns. And this is how solar systems are formed. This process is sequential, and in this sequence is the key to the existence of life on all other planets. When you understand the sequential process of how the sun, through its magnetic vortex, captures electric dynamic, captures other wayward energies and begins to cause it to revolve around itself, that's when you know life is forming or life has formed. So you can look around the whole galaxy, the billions and trillions of galaxies, and know right where life is, based upon that. The accounts, or the ancients knew this and named the planets accordingly. Mars, where it supposedly began, or martial and warlike, and Venus, where it ended with love and harmony. From the above, we can see, that's why the sisters' roles are so important, and why you taking on men's roles is crazy. You all are the harmonizing influence to our existence. So if you start acting like men, we're fucked. It's going up in a ball of fire. From the above, we can see just where our planet and ourselves are in the evolutionary or co-evolutionary process. Neither Mars nor Venus, but somewhere in between. Ain't that where we're situated? Apollo, or chief of the wandering spirits, was also called the Prince of Darkness, doomed to wander for ages in the blackness of the darkness. Does this sound familiar? It was a sun god that created this world, and not the god of Genesis. Instead of a garden, there was a Gehenna, or a Gan Eden. These are the Kabbalistic references to what you call the garden. A sun is a planet in the process of becoming. Such is the fate of the Lord of our own solar system today. A future Earth will thus be born. It will be picked up by another sun coming in as it sacrifices itself. Our Earth was once the sun. It was not cast off from the sun. It is older than the sun by trillions of years. Suns are the youngest visible bodies in our universe. They are the babies. That's why they're called suns. Our moon was once a life-bearing planet. It is not cast off by the earth by some cataclysm. It is older than both the sun and the earth. In fact, a moon may be the oldest globular of all the globular bodies in existence today in our universe. Our moon is the last remaining member of a solar system when our earth was a sun. Jupiter, as a matter of fact, with its swarm of moons, was once a galaxy just like ours that got trapped in this present solar cycle. The planet Jupiter, with all that swirling things that you say they see on that, that is the condensing process. That is the evolutionary cycle that it's going through. That is the destructive process. But they have life forms that live on even those environments, you know. Alright? Someday all of the planets in our solar system will be moons, spinning about a planet that was once our sun. In fact, Mercury is already moon-like. If you look at it. And if no life exists on Mars or Venus, it is not because their atmospheres are poisonous, but because their elemental harmony and life-radiating fuel is gone. All of this the ancients knew and left in the world in what we call the ancient mystery system. This was known to the priest founders of Christianity and Judaism, and out of it they fashioned their scriptures and religions. When this was done, they destroyed or hid it away in the Vatican. They put away all source of this particular material I just said to you today. The real story of Genesis. Now here's creation according to the priesthood. And this is by Dr. John Lightfoot. And he wrote this in 1654. Heaven and earth, center and circumference, were made in the same instance of time. And clouds filled with water, and man was created by the Trinity on the 26th day of October, 404 BC, 9 o'clock in the morning. And believe it or not, there are Christian preachers who have exacted creation to that very condensed point. And will live and die by that. Now the above statement is an idea of what was believed and taught by the Christian priesthood in the 17th century. To the early scribes of Christianity, this world was the center of the universe and man the sole concern of that creator. Because of such statements as the above, a sane person must reach this logical conclusion. Priests are not revealers of truth, they are only the keepers of traditions. Let that soak in a little bit. Priests cannot reveal truth. They are not truth revealers, they are keepers of traditions. Your consciousness has been traditionalized. You have become robots of ritual, unthinking, unreasoning, beyond the context of your theocratic prisons, your ecclesiastical jail cells. You are victims of your faith. But you live in blissful ignorance because you've been given Jesus. Now I keep forgetting, I keep wondering why we forget that Jesus was somebody that you learned at the edge of a bullwhip. I can't understand. Do black folks think that because we call Jesus now, it is because we had to be beaten into submission to be saved? Did we have to be tortured? Did we have to be castrated? Did we have to be whipped into submission so that we would know our own saving? Is this the way salvation was given upon us? Because you didn't call the name of Jesus when you came over here. You said, Unkulukulu. You called every other damn name but Jesus. You called upon Jesus when they were whipping on your ass. And when you said, Jesus, Master eased up. The first bunch of y'all came over on the good ship Jesus. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the operational context of reasoning when we go back into our histories and we look upon what it is that we suffered through to get to this point and still accept Jesus as our Savior. What the fuck is going on in our brains? If the white man is worshiping Jesus, don't that tell you, don't that give you a fucking clue? I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone and shit. And so the real purpose of both the scribes, the priests, and their latter-day translators was not to reveal the truth, but to lay the basis of a theistic religion based on the supernatural and the terrifying. This was the reasoning for spreading the awesome word of God. The original Hebrew did not use the single word as God or any equivalent, but the plural Elohim, that is, many gods or aspects. Had this been followed, the mental and spiritual darkness of monotheism might not have come into being today. And this includes Akhenaten's attempt to monothize or monothéize Kemet. But the priests, and really they were not the priesthood, we call them priests, but the scribes and the teachers at that time rose up, got rid of him quick. Because they knew what that was going to do. When you consolidate one God and that guy is controlling that one God, what you got? Anarchy. They just call it democracy today. The word Genesis does not mean something from out of nothing. And that's what Christianity wants you to believe. It is derived from the word gene, the life germ, thus implying the potential of growth. This is the key to the mystery between the God of religion and the creator of worlds and universes. A, one is a human ideal, B, the other is a cosmic principle. Chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Zoom in on that, please. You got that? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now, according to Graham, this is beautiful. This very first verse disqualifies the Bible as an authority because it shows that the author lacked foreknowledge concerning the processes of creation. There is no in the beginning. There never was an in the beginning. So this particular author says, he said, God created. This is the way ignorance explains what it does not understand. The priest is ignorant of the creative forces that go into and the dynamics that go into the creation of solar systems and worlds. So he said, God did it. The author of Genesis, by his very course or choice of this opening line, shows that he was copying and interpreting a subject he knew absolutely nothing about. Namely, what creation is and what causation is. Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Fair enough? The Spirit of God is an erroneous term based on an idea of a personalized deity. They personalized God here. The Creator, to the contrary, is not a spirit, nor does it have a spirit. Understand what I'm saying to you very carefully. The Creator is, to quantify it into a conceptual or perceptual medium, called spirit, is your own idea. It is you investing what you believe to be real into what does not exist. Now, it is spirit in the sense that it is of substance, a morally unqualified principle whose basis or basic operative principle is violence. You want to be loving God and knowing God, go up and walk by the side of an active volcano. That's a creative principle. Where's your beneficent God then? Call upon Jesus and walk next to a, what do you call it? Or stand in an earthquake and call on Jesus. In Genesis, the Creator gently moves upon the face of the deep. No mention is made of the carnage and violence involved in the physical creation of a world, which includes its period as the sun, or the trillions of years of time it takes to become a living planet. No word of the wars in heaven. Nothing about a beast, a devil, a satanic opposite. Just a peaceful creation by the word of mouth, moving upon the face of the deep. This is the perception of illusion that the priesthood gives you of your reality. It's pathetic ignorance of divine cosmogony. In all of the ancient cosmogonies, we find the Creator battling some sort of cosmic monster out of whose body the world is formed. For example, Soshiosh with Tiamat, or you call Nibiru with Tiamat, Odin with Ymir, or Rama with Arusha. Every ancient cosmology always has an opposing factor. Only in Christianity they got some little white man with a beard telling you everything is. It's all cool. I made it this way. We call this account pagan idolatry, worshiping gods and idols. We call them that in our ignorance. The Hebrew version of Genesis is what they call superior Christian wisdom. In writings much older than the Hebrew account we find in Genesis, we read of Yahweh battling Leviathan. You read Isaiah 27:1. In Psalm 74 we find, Thou breakest the head of Leviathan into pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. This is the breaking up. This is the battling of sons becoming. This is what they talked about. Tiamat was a dragon that was attacked by Nibiru. And it was from Tiamat's tail that the earth was formed. These are all myths of cosmological violence of our coming into being. But in Christianity, in the apocryphal book of Enoch, we read, In that day shall he distribute for food two monsters, a feminine monster whose name is Leviathan, dwelling in the depths of the sea, above the springs of the water, and a male monster whose name shall be Behemoth. Always the yin and the yang, the male and the female, in all of the cosmologies but Christianity. The Father gave birth to the Son, and then a Holy Ghost was around there somewhere. But I'll be damned if there's a feminine principle there. How the fuck you come out without a pussy? There's gotta have some pussy inside of there for some birth to happen. How the hell are you gonna stand there and tell me you got common sense and tell me that God created a son and then a dove? And there's people that just suspend all reasoning and believe that shit. Taking away every part of the principles of our cosmology which would tell you the true secrets. Why do you think they're masculinizing the women today? Because you all, in your own genetic context, hold the secrets and the keys to teaching our children from within the womb. And if your womb is perverted by all kinds of testosterone activities, you start fucking up your bodies playing basketball, baseball, crazy things like wrestling and boxing and shit like that. You ain't showing me you ain't no more of a woman. You're just doing male shit. What that do? After I've seen Michael Jordan, why the fuck I want to go see some Monarch play? What the hell does that do for me? Show me something you're going to do to make me better. Show me something I'll pay a ticket to come and see. It shows me the feminine principle in action. Not women doing men shit. I've seen it. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt. So in Christianity, Christianity took the feminine principle out of God, and then the men started wearing that shit. That's why you got so many fucking faggots. And priests trying to screw little boys every day today. What do you think, I'm crazy? What do you think the Catholic Church is not saying? What do you think the Pope was? Why do you think they had the Pope in Poland so long? Because in his diocese, he was over there molesting little boys. You better act like you know. They can't shit none of these priests can tell me, because I was raised Catholic. I was one who flew over the cuckoo's nest. In Job 41 and 10, God and Leviathan are as one. None is so fierce that dare stir him, Leviathan, up, who then is able to stand before me. Why is this above absent from priestly accounts? Why is it not getting any really meaning, real deeper meaning? The original Hebrew reads, in the beginning, this is the original Hebrew. It reads, in the beginning, Elohim, which means many gods and aspects. Bara, or cut out, not created, cut out, hewn the heavens and the earth. And the earth was tohu, and bohu. And darkness was upon the surface of Tehom. Tehom, T-E-H-O-M, the primordial ocean, or the space, or absolute, that which you cannot conceive of, don't try, just let it be. Tohu and bohu, mistranslated, becomes without form or void, that you see in your Bible. It actually means that which is monstrous and terrible. Those two words. In fact, Tohu, T-O-H-U, is the equivalent of the Babylonian Sumerian Tiamat, T-I-H-A-M-A-T, and Bohu is Behemoth. Hello? We just spoke about that up top, didn't we? Bohu is the equal of the Babylonian Apsu, the male mate of Tiamat. So Bohu and the Behemoth are the Hebrew equivalents of Tiamat, Ymir, Barusha, feminine principles. All of which dealt with the theistic or the tyrannistic symbols of the violent elements with which the Creator had to control. In other words, places. They were called turbulentos. These are different formulations of words to ascribe to principles. It ain't got nothing to do with people. Genesis 1 verse 3. What does that say? And God said, let there be light, and there was light. Now who the hell was at that point where they had the chance to listen to God say, let there be light? How the hell he said, God said, let there be light? Who the hell is this saying this? Was you there? Now this is the verse that has pimped the human psyche for centuries. This begins the fatal personification of God that has deceived the human race for the last 2,000 years. And God said, immediately you ascribe it to vocal cords, to lungs, to somebody with a damn mouth that's going to tell you, let there be light. But God said nothing of the kind. The priests and the allegorists said that, he said it. Which makes all the difference between superstition and knowledge. Man puts words into the mouth of his creations, then later believes that these creations spoke back to him. Think about that. A priest tells you God said something, and you worship the words that he said. This is he now. Genesis 1 verse 4. What does it say? And God saw the light. Oh, wait a minute now. Here's somebody looking at God, looking at the light, And God saw the light, that it was good. God said, hey, this is good. And God divided the light from the darkness. Now, you remember now, just like you're reading somebody's account of something, you are watching somebody give you an accounting of something. And in your mind, you're perceiving the account as being told in the story. So obviously, this priest was at the point where God was, and he was there when God said, yeah, this is cool. Write that down. I said it was good. Here again we have personification. God saw the light. Immediately you think he got eyes and thought it was good. Question. I'd like to know again, how did these priests know what God saw? The light was not sunlight, as it should be obvious. Now check this out. They said the light was good, so it obviously wasn't sunlight, since the sun, the stars, and other heavenly bodies were not created until the fourth day. So what the hell was he looking at? All be explained. This light is actually the first primordial comprehension of divine mind, meditating upon itself. Right. Hold on now, let's get into it. Now see, don't it come more interesting now than waiting for you to hear some shit about something about a God that somebody forget? This is the divine light of the mind that has contemplated itself. The reflective mind contemplating its existence, if there is such a thing as existence for it. That's why they say there's the second God, and the creator that we worship is essentially the second God. It is not actually the primary God. The God that we can perceive in our order has to be a second creation, the evolution from the evolutionary process of chaos. So chaos must be the primary God. And the one that we realize in our order must be the secondary God. Check? All right. Gets deep. All of this means that the one creative energy separated into two, positive and negative, and their interaction produced something luminous, compared to the darkness or inactivity that is the absolute. So the male and the female create the light. We got the spark. We the ones that give the reality to the Creator's aspects. Genesis 1 verse 5. And God called he called it. And he called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Yeah? And the evening and the morning was the first day. Note the capital letters here. Check the letters day and night. These are not your 24-hour cycles around the sun. These are the days of Brahma and the nights of Brahma I spoke to you about, which encompasses trillions upon quadrillions of years, what we call years or what we perceive to be years. Since the earth itself has not been formed, nor the sun created, they do not represent our perceptions of day or night. How could you have a day or night if there's nothing in there to actually know the difference between the one and the two? They are actually based on the Hindu interpretations called the day and the night of Brahma, what amounts to being immeasurable periods of the creative process. The curious account of the days are from the evening to the morning. That is, from the darkness of the absolute non-being to the ineffable light of being. And the evening and the morning were the first day. So from the darkness, or what we call darkness, or the ignorance of the Creator of itself in its beingness, in its absoluteness, in its I don't know who the fuck I am-ness, I now, through contemplation and involutionary introspection, now, by the seeds of that very act, I begin to propel, or to create the friction, or to create the dynamic of what the hell is this am I looking at? And from that, what hell am I looking at, is what I get the light from. Do you get what I'm saying? In the Kabbalah, it is where God detracts from itself, from its totalness, so that it can become fractionalized to know itself. Because if we were all to go back into the one absolute, nothing would exist anymore. So matter has its own resistance to the Creator. This is why Satan and the devil has its own reason to be. Because without Satan, without Lucifer, no reality can come into being. If there wasn't one that disobeyed, if there was not one that said, hell, I don't want to be absolute no more, I wish to establish a kingdom of my own, you wouldn't be here listening to this shit. So do not curse Lucifer. As a matter of fact, what you need to do is to check how this white man gets you into believing that Lucifer is evil. So why exactly are we being kept away from knowing all of the Bibles according to Lucifer? Not the way these jackasses dress in these hoods and go around sacrificing dogs and cats and shit like that. Don't even go there. I'm talking about there are deep information, scholarly writings on the principle of Lucifer that Christendom will not let you know. And by Christendom, I don't talk about Christendom. I Christian CHRISTENDUMB. I say this with all levity and loving my Christian brothers and sisters unconditionally, praying with them and calling upon whoever they want me to call upon to make them feel comfortable. But I say this in all reality, it is time to grow up. It is time to get out of the fableized aspect of spirituality and start dealing with the reality so the science now can come into the being. One more word, Genesis 1, verse 6, 7, and 8. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. Now check it out. When they say it were, it means that it's always been there. And they always accentuate. You read your Bible, you see certain words that are italicized. Gives you little clues. And God called the firmament heaven. Again, he tells you what God called it. And the evening and the morning, it was the second day. The word firmament in Hebrew means rakia. Any girls in here named rakia? It means firmament. And translates simply to mean a wide expanse or space. And this expanse is the nascent planetary entity, a vast globular field of mass cosmic energy, the ring past knot of ancient cosmology. The division of the waters or energy from as above so below is the only division of the planetary elements from the absolute non-being, that is, being from non-being. That's dividing the waters from the waters. What is potential to become what is actual. If we believe, now check this out, Genesis 1 verse 9, and God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear, and land is italicized, and it was so. If we were to believe that this dry land is our earth, we've missed the point. We are already taught by Christian priests that this time deals only with the pre-physical world. The division here is not between land and water, but between spirit and matter. And everywhere you see land and water in the Bible, it means spirit and matter. The spiritual and the material, the trinity and the quaternary. The spiritual being the triangle of the pyramid, and the quaternary being the square. That's how the pyramid sits upon that. The phenomenon took place at the cusp of the... Now check this out. This here, where it said, let the waters from the heaven be gathered into one place. The waters essentially being all potential minerals and materials being gathered together into the cosmic essay that will become the planetary entities. Now, this phenomenon took place at the very cusp or at the nexus of the third and fourth involutionary planes of God. The Christian priest makes its mistakes by leaving the spirit behind to be worshipped and adored, whereas the material four are actually the concretation and the solidification of the spiritual three. Follow me, people. The four that represent matter are essentially the enfolded three. The three becomes the fall, spirit becomes the matter. Spirit falls into matter. And so it's so. The Prometheus fire, which the symbol of the pyramid. The symbol of the pyramid. That's the symbol of fire. You see? So what does pyramid mean? Pyramid is P-Y-R, which means fire, and A-M-I-D, in the fire within. Now, the reason why I'm saying all of this, and I'm going to go to Genesis 10, and I'm going to call it that, because we can go on. You see, my whole book is, what do you call it? I've been doing my homework here for you guys. And God called the dry land earth. I don't know how they got this one. I like to read wherever it is, or I like to be speaking to the God that these guys spoke, but they told me right here in this Bible that God called the dry land earth, and gathered together the waters and called them seas. And God saw that this was good. The so-called earth here is the earth entity or elemental representation at the fourth plane of existence and still invisible. The seas, as we see, are the seas in potential, or that which is all the liquid aspects of life in potential. All throughout the Old and New Testaments, the three planes that exist between the spiritual and the physical are called seas and waters. You got that? Between the fourth plane and the physical earth is the sun period. Between the fourth plane and the physical earth, that is the outgrowth of that, is the sun period. A matter of some trillions upon trillions of years. Now again, I can go on, and for you all, I'll probably do a second part to this, but I am taking it to the next phase where we're going to talk about how it is that our belief-oriented constructs, and for those of you who saw me cussing on this video, my brothers and sisters, this is rated R, rated X. This is for adults. It is not for children. And if you are a child in an adult form, you will be upset by it. You hear me cussing. My mother always talked about my mouth and the yelling and screaming and cussing and stuff. But sometimes the emphasis is necessary. And sometimes I just got to get raw, and I got to be satanic. That's when Satan possesses me. So forgive me for cussing at you. So I will tell you right now, at this point, that we will bring the reasoning why I have used the Holy Bible as a context to talk about what we will close out our evening with. And if you have questions, we can field them. Is that the belief-oriented myopia that we function under, that we call our faith, we call religion, has now translated and folded over into the belief-oriented myopia that somehow the tragedy that's about to become Y2K or 2000 is going to be taken care of by the time we get there. You see, the vicarious atonement syndrome that Christianity has genetically embedded into your psyche has somehow played itself out today in the technocracy you call your civilization. Because everybody has got tunnel vision, everybody has got denial of the brain. That's a serious virus, if you want to call it that. Because the denial is what caused the procrastination for anything to be done. And now we stand at the brink of a systems collapse. And it will fall and chaos will be there. How many people really thought that you build a bunker on the 23rd floor of anything?
That's not going to save it.
How in the hell, yeah, but how in the hell do you build a bunker on the 23rd floor? You build a bunker underground. Only World War I veterans, World War II veterans know that. You build a bunker underneath. But they're bunkering 23 floors up. That should tell you immediately that here today in New York, the number one priority is Y2K. Starting July 1st, 1999, and I'm looking at all you young brothers and sisters who may weather this storm. There may not be enough electronics around for you to be seeing this video archive. But as of July 1st, 1998, the fiscal year of New York City begins, which means it's countdown to oblivion. We begin our fiscal year 6 months earlier than the year itself. So the fiscal year for 1999 begins July 1st, 1998. And that's when the shit will hit the fan for New York City. I was arrested because I had a revoked license. I threw it back at the person who gave it to me. Cops pulled me over. Couldn't find anything on me. Said, "You revoked, why don't you go back and get your license?" Simply because I don't want to be in the system. The system's about to crash, and all of you who had records and things like that, if they don't have a way of solidifying it, it will delete. It will delete. Nothing's going to work. Your water supply, your power supply, the money system of the banks, you will start seeing the runs. Take your money out, put it in mattresses, convert it to gold. I have my brother back there, Brother Vernon, who has specific things that you can do with the monies that you have. But you see, we as dark folks got little chunk money in our pockets that we go from day to day with. We're too busy living from hand to mouth to be able to store food. But we have to store water. You've got to start storing your water. First thing I do tell you is to get the hell out of New York. Because if you don't see how they're playing the games within the inner cities, you know the reason why they set up these traffic traps now? To have you go through them? Anybody got a victim of that situation? How you see it come? We're just checking your license to make sure that your seatbelts are on, and we just want to make sure that there are people who drive without license, and they've just been causing a lot of problems. That's bullshit. First of all, the computers, for them to tax you as drivers, there's a $4. There was something that came up in a town outside of New York, I believe, or in upstate New York, where the motor vehicles department could not take the $4 out of you or your account, or bill you that $4 that comes, and they lost something like $2 or $3 million last year because of that. So now they're using the police force as revenue collectors. They're keeping you in jail to get the federal kickbacks for having a body in the jail cell, and they're having you pay the fine for a statutory law that does not exist. It's all revenue, collecting revenue on your backs. So now you got your little pennies. It is time for you to start converting those little pennies into things you're going to be able to use. The first thing you got to deal with is either purified or distilled water, boiled and stored in glass. Store enough for at least a month of drinking. Get used to what my mother used to call the whore bath, where you just stand at the sink and scrub up real quick. Because if the water and energy supply is on this computer chip, we're fucked. The GPS, or what is known as the Global Positioning Satellite, which runs all airplanes, tankers, freights, trains, buses, the tankers that bring the oil to become refined to the refineries themselves, all of these are run on the computer chip. If the GPS goes down, it means that they're flying blind and they're back to World War II status. The GPS is, and we were told that in August 22nd, 1999, the Navy is shutting down the GPS. You cannot book a flight past 1999. None of your computer cards have a 2000 date. They did have it once, but when they put it into the system, it crashed the system because the system went back to 1900. Social Security people, you won't be receiving your Social Security, or if they did, they tried to fix this thing since 1991, and they found that the Social Security system itself had 33 million lines of code. They thought they were getting along and doing real good. They said, oh, we may have this thing, we may just make it. Then all of a sudden shit cropped up and they had 32 million more lines of code. And they just found that out this year, February. So it took them since 1991 to maybe try to finish 33 lines of code, 33 million lines of code. Now they finally have 31 million more. Or 32 million more? You won't be getting your Social Security because the clock will be set back to the point where those who are receiving it, they said, will be like the computer will see that you're 8 years old. As a matter of fact, when they did do that with the 2000 scenario, people were receiving letters stating that they had to start kindergarten. Or they had to start nursery school or some shit like that. Older, elders, receiving these letters. The Queen said, can you imagine all these ebony niggas, these niggas in the Ebony magazine, who boast and proselytize about all the shit that they do? You know, I'm a computer analyst and well, I'm a so-and-so technician and so forth. All them house Negroes and all the ebony and essence niggas. But even that, thinking about that, how is it going to be for dark folks who actually believe that computers were our saving grace? Do you know who I'm talking about? Who? Tony fucking Brown! We told you about that nigga. Boy, you should see the way he hip-hops and flakes. He probably got some of the tapes of Brother Bobby, him and the rest of them. But that nigga went and wrote a book about Lucifer and all this kind of shit. Like he knows. That son of a bitch didn't know his asshole from his elbow. He was on the air. Didn't see all of you. You'll corroborate what I'm saying. Did he not say we don't need to be protesting anymore? We need to get ourselves a PC? Now the niggas on the air like he invented knowing about Y2K. He done told you, get computer real. Get your computer in your home. Get dependent, everybody. Now shit getting ready to crash. We told you, watch out for that nigga. We told you. It's too late. Now he got to write a book to tell you about what Lucifer is and the Illuminati. And that she said, the one saving grace for black folks, he said in his book, is to trust in the Constitution. What was the other thing? Trust in the Constitution and what?
And to
believe in the God of Christianity. Look out! Oh, he was taught well. He is a good house nigga. Pepsi Cola. Hey. Now, brother back there left me this book on some things here that I wanted to show you real quick. Africans bearing fewer offspring. Now, this goes right in line with the depopulation of the most mineral-rich places on earth. Margaret, whoever this woman's last name is, a single mother with 2 children. She makes $53 a month selling vegetables. Rent and food alone usually swallow her income. Her mother pays for her children's schooling. Those distressing facts have led Muthon to a simple conclusion: no more children. I can't afford another child, Muthon said. It's difficult to raise the 2 I have. 2 are enough for me. Improved education among women. Urbanization and stronger government programs have helped reduce fertility rates in numerous African countries during the past 2 decades. Fear of child mortality also has been an especially potent force in compelling women to bear fewer children and offspring. Now, think about that. Fear of child mortality. How do you fear child mortality unless the conditions set by the bastard that is wanting you to deal with fewer children? Zero population growth, as the brother says, is the timetable for this devil. He knows that you are prolific, and it didn't matter how many children you had a ton of mothers to take care of them. Now that they've urbanized you and gave you your little plot of land to live upon there like slaves, now you're fighting with one another for that space. You're telling people, don't you touch my child, don't you say nothing to my child. You've become very white. You've become very Christian. Yet today, population experts say, now check this out, economic pressures have become at least as important as health issues in persuading Africans to have fewer children. The trend signals a sea change in how Africans think of their families. No longer are children necessarily thought of as a source of wealth in and of themselves. For years, Africans had large families no matter how poor they were. Now those who have children, they cannot afford, are attacked as irresponsible. A big family used to be respected, said John, whoever he is, John House nigger we call him, a senior fellow at the African Population Policy Research Center. If you had a big family, you got prestige. Now if you have a lot of children, you can't take care of them. What you get is blame and shame. Economics has played an especially, you see, economics again, who controls your land to control your economy? Who controls your natural resources? You don't. Economics has played, and I know Francis Press said we can't have any children. Of course, why? Because we are under inimical conditions, and I understand her situation. I understand why she said that. Yeah, we have war. But based upon our war, are we actually fielding true soldiers, or are we just fielding bodies that are now compliant and dependent upon the very structure and system that gave us that condition? In Zimbabwe, fertility rate fell from 7.1 children per woman of childbearing age to 4.4 between 1985 and 1996, while the gross domestic product dropped from $60 per capita in 1985 to just $34 in 1995. So even with the drop of children in Africa, they still ain't making no more money and they still ain't getting any better. I just want to leave that with you. I got some dirt on the HARP technology and how it's screwing with your brain. And I got a letter here showing that there was experimentation. This came from the desk. What's his name? All of you who were at the Gathering of the Masters and saw Preston Nichols. He spoke about it in here. Also, all of you driving around the brand new cars with steel-belted radial tires. How many was there when we told you that the way that they can deal with psychic entrainment or with entrainment of your mind or mind conditioning through the bed springs of your bed? How many of you were there when I told you about that? The box spring and the spring in your mattress is set in such a way to be gauged in such a way that when you lay down on those springs, it creates an induction coil. The tension creates an induction coil. And through the roof antenna of your house, they can send specific entrainment information through short waves and through ultraviolet and ultrasonic waves. Can send information through your television to be picked up as an entrainment signal by the bed springs that you now basically lay in and become induced to buy. How many people saw They Live? Keep buying. Reproduce. This is essentially what your television does even when it's off. Now we told you about the induction technology they call MK Delta and MK Ultra. You saw that in what movie? Mel Gibson. The Conspiracy Theory. Right, he talked about MK Ultra. That was the CIA part, and that bed spring. How many people see how many times, about 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe more than that, when they were actually throwing beds at you. They couldn't get beds out to you enough. Come pick up your box spring. Cheap, no down payment. We'll deliver it to you. They still doing it. That's because the box spring are entrainment technology. It's a very simple matrix that they can set up to entrain your mind. It's this way, and they show you the entrainment. If you look in, this is the circuitry for entrainment. If you look at the entrainment, you look at the matrix series, they showed you the entrainment technology set up just like that. And when you lay on them, your pressure causes an induction field to be created by any random energies that come through the TV. If it's specific, it's even more dangerous. Well, now the steel-belted radial tires on your car when they are driving down the street and when you are riding at a rate of either 30 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour, especially, there is a specific electromagnetic field that's set up that causes you to bug out. The front seat is not as bad as the back seat. Passengers. Steel-belted radios. All right, they did the tests, and it causes disorientation. How many accidents happen on the street and we don't know really what's happening? People blacking out, people feeling queasy and tired and nauseous. The electromagnetic field that is created causes disturbances in the brain. And there are measuring components that do not go beyond or below 35 hertz. So you can't tell that this is happening. The human biomechanism operates at 20 hertz. So they don't have any kind of machinery to gauge what kind of adverse energy frequencies may be disturbing your thinking and your abilities of your brain. And this is what they call ELF, extremely low frequencies. And they have proven that extremely low frequencies can cause cancer. That's a little something for y'all to think about.
Q&A, 15 minutes.
15 minutes for Q&A. Okay, I'm going to run this down real quick. Let me run this down. The year 2000 problem. The year the earth stands still. This is written by Gary North. He's one of the people who've been trying to champion this particular information out there for a long time. We got a problem. It may be the biggest problem that the modern world has ever faced. I think it is. At 12 midnight on January 1st, 2000, a Saturday morning, most of the world's mainframe computers will either shut down or begin spewing out bad data. Most of the world's desktop computers will also start spewing out bad data. Tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions of pre-programmed computer chips will begin to shut down the systems they automatically control. This will create a nightmare for every area of life in every region of the industrialized world. It's called the year 2000 problem. It's also called the millennium bug, Y2K, and misspelled the millennium time bomb. It doesn't matter how you spell it, the bomb isn't going away. Everything is tied together by computers. That's how he thought he was going to control us. The New World Order was going to come in based on the computer chip they put into every aspect of your life, even the ones they got in your head. If the computers go down or can no longer be trusted, everything falls apart. And it matters not a whit to the computers whether we accept this fact or not. And that's for all of the brothers and sisters who tell me, they're going to find a solution. They do what they've been programmed to do. They've been programmed to recognize 2000 as 1900. Uncorrected PC architecture, DOS or DOS, and Windows-based desktop computers will revert back to either 1980 or 1984. They can be corrected briefly, but as soon as a PC is turned off, the correction dies. It will reboot to 1980 or 1984 only. Meanwhile, PC programs must be redesigned. How many went and got Windows 98 and Windows 99? The national power grid is the most important system at risk. If it goes down because of programming errors throughout the system, a 10-year depression would be a mild result. Every participant in the grid must be year 2000 compliant if the total system is to be compliant. If the banking system is not compliant, it's not. The world system of payments face extinction. If people believe that their money is at risk because of a computer failure, there will be massive runs all over the world. The banks will either shut down by governments, or else they will go bankrupt. Bernard was telling me that there was a bank, I believe it was the Deutsche Bank, was one of the first banks that ever went into a merger and shut down or sold out because of the Y2K problem. They're merging now, because if they're not compliant, they're screwed. then how will you pay for anything? How will you pay for your power company, your water company, the supermarket, or gasoline station? If consumers can't pay, suppliers will go out of business. Yet banks are not compliant. Neither is the banking system. Every participant must be year 2000 compliant if the total system is to be compliant. I do not believe that the banking system will be compliant by January 1. Ask 2 questions of anyone who assures you that fixing Y2K is fairly easy, once management decides to do it. 1, why is the Social Security's team of 400 programmers finished with fixing this system, which contains 30 million lines of codes? After all, they began the repairs in 1991. Now they have discovered an extra 33 million lines. Oops. 2, check this. Are Citicorp's 400 million lines and Chase Manhattan's 200 million lines likely to finish their repairs in time, since they began fixing their systems in late 1995? If the banks go down, programmers will not get paid. They'll just walk away if they can. They will not complete their work on Y2K. When the brighter ones figure out in 1998 and early 1999 what's really going on, they will put their jobs in the cities where most mainframe computers are located, and take jobs repairing systems located in safe rural places. They will go to work for local public utilities. All talk about realistic Y2K repair deadlines is unrealistic if the banks are closed by runs in 1999. One last warning. The government strategy all over the world is 1, talk this problem to death. 2, form committees. 3, send out PR sheets that they will make it, don't worry about it, without evidence. But this problem cannot be talked to death or solved by committees. It cannot be avoided. There is an absolutely fixed deadline. Bureaucrats are not usually used to absolutely fixed deadlines. Neither are computer programmers. I'm not a programmer. My PhD is in history. I take the historian's view. Things are interconnected in ways we can barely understand. If you want to know what I think lies ahead, get copies of 3 books mentioned in a free email report. It's called Blind Man's Bluff in the Year 2000. And here is the computer outline. It's http://www.garynorth, all common letters, .com .y2k, no, /y2k, sorry, /registry, registry, /entry form, .cfn. Questions? Woo! Okay, brother. This is only you all. This is everything you already knew. Yes, brother, you got your hand up? Sister, you got your behind me? Yes. Yes.
You called me a couple of times, a couple of weeks ago. I'm the lady that left a message on your answering machine.
Okay.
And the reason why I called you, because I had surgery back here in November. And I was out of the operating room 2 hours before the surgeon told me that I had a large gallbladder and the possibility I'm going to have my gallbladder removed. So I looked at him and I told him, I think about it. So I got some friends, they more, in that religion. So I was talking to them and they said there's something going on because they spoke to other people. And for some strange reason, they want to take out Black American people, people of color, gallbladder, and I like to know exactly what is going on.
Well, I'm not sure that Moors are a religion. It is a scientific basis and context. And as far as the taking out or the extraction of different organs and so forth. That has been a policy of the American Medical Association, very quietly harvesting dead people's organs. There was a story that Steve Coakley did on the assassination of young black men, headshots, he called it, where this drive-by shooting, where random shootings supposedly just came in from shots to the back of the head, and they were harvesting these brothers' organs. That's nothing new. If you do have a swollen or an enlarged gallbladder, it simply means that spiritually you are retaining certain issues, certain emotional thought processes that are usually the physical connection to the spiritual part retains. And second, the types of foods that you are eating in combination are not conducive, and inflammation is being caused. All swelling is based on inflammation, so that the body can now take the area that is most deficient, swell it by expanding it and allowing whatever toxins there to become thinned so that it can introduce the nutritional areas. Swelling and inflammations are not problems. They are actually solutions that the body takes in the face of our own ignorance of our actions. So once you start fasting, once you start drinking distilled water, you start dealing with ferrum phosphate tissue salts, when you start dealing with magnesium phosphate, kali myrrh, natrium myrrh, natrium sulfates, and dealing with certain types of juices, eating nothing but fruits, which are already processed into the ingredients that your body needs and will not have a problem assimilating, you'll be all right. Okay? Now, this brother had his hand first. Yes?
First of all, thank you for answering my questions when I called you at home and taking the time out. But I want to, you touched on it, and maybe you can give us a clarification on the entities on the sun and the angles you were talking about with Dr. Pauling. I don't want to go too much into these.
The angles of consciousness, or the angles of light?
Yeah, and you mentioned the entities on the sun, and then
yes.
coming into angles and angels and angels.
Oh, yeah, angles and angels.
Converging.
Right. We mentioned that angles or force of will, what they call angles of light or concaves, convexes, of how light as information distributes itself. Because light is information. And the light that we see as the evolutionary process that has come from an involutionary process of creativity or creation are what we look at as stars and different planets and so forth that we see twinkling. But they are actually forces of light that were set up to relay bands of information that bounce off and become qualified or conditioned as our consciousness time zone or our consciousness matrix. The sun being that point of expression or that nexus that connects creative force to become coagulated, as we were speaking about the coagulating force, that is when life begins to attenuate, when the creative begins to attenuate into reality, there are entities that are as man living on all stages of reality. So when you look at a sun, or you think that there is some form of solidified essence to the sun, it's not a solidified essence. There are younger souls from older realities entering into a young disposition that sun is going to set up. You would one day be a sun, because by your accumulation of personal power, by your participation in life and your accumulation of experience, you now will give that as light to other forms of life that are seeking realization of itself. On those bands of light, on vortexes or what they call vectors of light. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Yes, Curtis.
With regards to the computer crash, I heard some suggest that this whole thing was planned.
I heard.
Yes, it's over water and shape.
Yeah, I could agree with that too. I know about that.
Also, you said that you should get out of New York. You also give us like where you should go, what you should do in terms of planning for this.
Well, we were going to talk about all of that. As far as New York is concerned, I'm talking to the people that are here, and of course to the tape. But how many people are going to listen to what the tape has to say, right? Based on everything that's happening now, and all the people that are speaking about Y2K and the problems of Y2K, if there are agent provocateurs mixed in with them, speaking about a reality that does not exist, it's already the end time cycle for us to change our reality zone anyway. It just had to show itself. We were waiting for a bomb to drop. We were waiting for some kind of comet to hit, because the Armageddon scenario is something that is completely outside from our control. It has nothing to do with us. So there is this denial that we may be the one that has this suicidal context. Not us, but actually the Caucasoid who actually initiated this brain thrust. He cannot even believe that he has factored into his own reality, his own demise. So yeah, there's a lot of denial going on around this Y2K scenario. But if there are computers out there that are not Y2K compliant, that are falling back to 1900, and all of us are interconnected in the inner cities to these Y2K compliant computers, and we need that Y2 compliancy, then we fucked. If it ain't that we fucked, then we go out and find ourselves some new territories high up in the hills. We'll have just bought ourselves some new plots of land. And we would have had a self-sufficiency that we would need. But in the cities now, if you don't read the signs and know that something is going on, if you can't see that we are fielding a police force that is an occupying army, you can't go nowhere without seeing these blue demons. And they're not wearing any summer uniforms. They're all in their dark black uniforms. That is the state of alert. So you don't understand that the black and gray is. That is the Nazis. You see the helmets that they wear when they go ballistic. They got them little helmets that the Nazis were wearing. You see your police wearing that with masks. It's the same way the Gestapos used to come into the people's homes. You don't get it yet. That the police force is a national police force now. There ain't no one police force for your district. They all come under the national police force, which is controlled out of the Pentagon. That is not an accident. And if it is about the New World Order, then yeah, it's time for you to get ready, because if they're going to crash this bastard, it's time for you to be ready. Get yourself a gun, get yourself water, get yourself grains and seeds and dried fruits. Get yourself ready. Oh well, the silver and gold. I'm gonna ask Brother Vernon to come up real quick after we finish the question and answers here, and I want him to drop some sciences that we got. Sister Ann.
According to remote viewers, they're saying that there's another race of people waiting to invade this earth starting next year, and that people are writing mountains to protect themselves. Do you think that has any credence to it?
Remember, in the Gathering of the Masters, we were talking about the fact that there were races of entities that were existing beyond our dimensional vortex and beyond our dimensional warp. Well, in this Y2K scenario, I want you to see there is hang on for just a second, give it a minute please. Preston Nichols. The contact of Nichols, who had made the observation regarding the fact that the photo of the HARP website actually showed a Long Island antenna farm adjacent to Brookhaven Labs, received the following facts recently. His fax machine is set up to a certain security system that was overridden. The body of the fax itself is full of completely classified and highly technical information, as well as completely classified internal routing codes. The document makes reference to top secret internal directives and procedures. It also makes reference to totally classified technology, such as the Proteus particle accelerator. And to top it off, it specifically identifies this technology as being utilized in current HARP operations. What is even more astounding is that by inference, this document reveals that HARP has yet another agenda, vastly more secret than even the mind and weather manipulation agenda of the project. This document basically indicates that particle acceleration and beams are apparently being used in the the heart operations to effect interdimensional and time manipulations. Perhaps since the portal apparatus at the Montauk Underground has reportedly been rendered useless, another way of generating interdimensional and time portals is being pursued aggressively and massively. And guess what? According to the text of this fax, it's screwed up big time. Sporting evidence on the involvement of the U.S. Navy in some very advanced scientific research project and bizarre extracurricular covert activities was received in response to my posting of the leaked document, which purportedly reports on a massive malfunction of the HAARP-related particle accelerator on Ascension Island being used in interdimensional experimentation. I just want to say this one other thing here, real quick. This is a letter, Washington, D.C., Office of the Director of Security, April 1st, 1998, to all security operatives, Sector EC-NE/48/I. It has been confirmed as of this date that a failure of the HAARP 15-3 Proteus unit at Ascension Island, UK, had lost its targeting control during its first operational trial. Now this is part of why the madness of the weather. Now we're not just talking about El Nino or El Niña. We're talking about using the cover of the weather of El Nino to accelerate the weather's ability through weather manipulation. Now, the accelerator was damaged at shutdown and will not be operational until 12 June at its earliest. This failure went undetected for approximately 17 minutes and appears to have caused another series of dimensional rifts along the east coast of the United States and southwest Africa. These dimensional rifts are X-dimensional and have a time frame of 100 million years BC, plus or minus about 20 million years. As was the case in 1995, several predatory reptilian animals have entered our Y dimension. Now they deal with X and Y like male and female. Have entered our Y dimension and are, as this is written, freely roaming the southern New York region, northern peninsula, western Virginia, and a possible sighting occurred this morning at 2:34 hours at Norfolk NAS, 150 meters off the beach. There are prehistoric. Didn't we talk about this about 4 or 5 years ago at the Gathering of the Masters? That you will start seeing animals that you've never seen existed before. Here it is. All operatives are officially at level 4 alert and are to be ready to go on a 60-minute notice. DOOPTP, Article 15/1 through Article 17/4. With all addendums are to apply. Weapons are to be available at all times, 40 and 50 caliber minimum, with FJM and EHP rounds only. Minimum handguns to be carried, 357 Magnum. This document for eyes only, destroy after reading. Somebody had their hand up over here real quick. Okay, yes?
Earlier in the lecture, you said that the higher forms of life give rise to the lower forms of life. You said that God represents chaos and man represents order.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, like, man creating a lot of disorder, probably the most disruptive element on the planet now. If man represents order, wouldn't he have to come from a higher order?
Please, everybody, we have a little respect for the brother's question. If man is what?
If man represents order, wouldn't he have to be spawned from a higher order or a higher divine intelligence, which would be God?
Well, again, we always will have the seed of our Creator in us. And remember that every time man perfects itself, the seed of chaos destroys that perfection so that it can continue its perfecting principle. So that there is an ordering cycle within each evolution of man's existence in consciousness to be destroyed, because at that perfect principle, at the pinnacle of that, it then represents stultification. It represents a petrification or non-movement anymore. So perfection itself becomes an end in its own reality. So perfecting becomes the principle that we need to continue. So after that's why the Garden of Eden, Adam had to leave the garden, because the Garden of Eden, quote unquote, metaphysically meant perfection. So how does the Spirit of God, which is an evolving process, or that which is the Spirit of man, which is God inversed, is an evolving process, how can it evolve within perfection? It cannot. It had to leave perfection. So in leaving the garden, the evolutionary process that brings about the order, but still retains the chaos within, is there. You see what I'm saying? You understand? So we are higher based upon the fact that the ultimate purpose is realization. The ultimate purpose for the involution of God to contemplate upon itself was this evolutionary byproduct called man. So that in the inverse of that chaos would then be the order of man, which is God in reverse. So for God to understand its own order, it must understand order. And it must practice what order is as it is evolved and as it understands what order is. It passes that on. But after the order has reached a point of perfection, where the equilibrium is reached, then it goes back to the darkness of non-existence. There is a balance where nothing moves. In that inertia is what you call the darkness of that chaos, the void. So all things go back to its point of origin. Because as soon as everything comes perfected, when this white man thought he had the perfecting principle of the Industrial Revolution, boom, chaos came in immediately. So the seed of chaos would be the Y2K scenario. So I guess he thought that everything was going to be perfect by the year 2000. We will have the New World Order in place. The world would be a perfect place to be. Now he don't know his asshole from his elbow, and he's scurrying to try to find that perfection. This is how it happens. Yes. Quick.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, in the terms that planetary frequency or the vibrational rate of the planet is increasing, and you have mentioned that from the sun it goes into a lesser state in order to sustain the life that's now. We find that we're having all of these disasters and people are actually dying, internal combustion and so forth and so on.
Right.
Spontaneous combustion. Are we moving into the opposite of that?
No, what you see as an increase in energy, I call a refinement only. There is an adjustment going on. It looks like an increase, just like you would know that when you get a fever, that is your body increasing its activity to normalize itself. Well, essentially the same thing is happening to the planetary reality. We are increasing the energy vortex to stabilize what has been created and made unstable by the activities of man. So the increased energies from inside the earth, the increased havoc that we see on the surface of the planet, are normalizing influences, are actually the purging mechanism that even your body would have gone through had you been succumbed to poor eating habits, poor environmental breathing, or poor environments, poor drinking water, things of that nature. Your body will always adjust itself in times of crisis, and so does the earth body adjust itself.
Is that why the planets are changing?
This is why we are changing the ellipsis, and everything is spinning, everything is moving, even our solar systems. We were settled into a particular vortex of consciousness that had our solar system at a particular place, which was a place of inertia and ignorance, as it translated to us through religion. Now we are moving out of that, because due to the evolutionary tides of the solar system, the passing of comets, when the passing of that so-called comet, the Hale-Bopp, passed, what it did was it caused a space-time celestial wake of a wave that rocked the planet, just like you would be on a boat and a larger ship would go by. You on that waves, remember, we are not in just invisible air. That space space is conditioned fullness. And within it, we are like fish floating in a bowl. Just like the planets themselves have a medium within which they express themselves. When that planet, that planetoid or that comet flew past us the way it did, it caused the wake to start moving. And now what is happening is the wobbling effect, the adjustment is happening. And our whole solar system is now wobbling as a result of that. And this is not just that only phenomenon. We are being moved so that the higher laws of life, for want of a better word, are now positioning us so that we will pick up the light codes of redemption. The light codes of redemption are those codes that will be translated into action by those of us amongst here, who will then take those pieces of what you call inspiration, who will use those light codes, condense them into reason and intelligence, and then disseminate it as such through the Word.
Is that also increasing our dimensionality as far as...
No, it's actually stripping us of all of what we have accumulated within this dimension. You can't make the jump to light speed. You look at your Star Wars, the things that they go to jump to light speed, they dump their garbage before they go to light speed. Clue? So what you have to do now is dump your preoccupation with the physical flesh, with dealing with hard things that you created based upon your perception of reality. This is all an agreement. This is a construct of agreement. All of this is a construct of agreement. Time to break the agreement and move on.
You said we're picking up the information from light, the colors of light.
Well, they have quantified formats of light that are in different places around creation that affect one, much like a billiard ball. Arcturus? That's just one small aspect. Just Arcturus, Zeta Reticuli, all these different constellations are nothing more than quantified, unqualified light beacons that are becoming qualified by the existence of life on them. And it is man's existence in those regions of unqualified space that is creating the qualified consciousness vectors that we are picking up as our source of information. So Sirius, being our parent, is giving us the information as it would any parent give to a child.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Last question.
Last question before I want to give this real quick thing to my brother Vernon here. Yes, sir.
I went to a book last week about chaos. And some of the various things that you were talking about, it seems like some places in my consciousness, it seems to me that chaos has its own order.
Now, the fact that you have filtered that into the reasoning aspect of yourself, you have personality, you have personalized. That's what the ancients used to they didn't forbid it, but they kind of taught you not to get into personifying chaos. Chaos is a word that was used for something that could not be accessible. There is nothing about that which we are of in the essence of ourselves, in the essence of what it is that is this divine plan. We cannot go in and look over the plan and say, oh, that's what he meant. Oh, that's what she meant. Oh, that's where it's going to be. Oh, really? What we can do is, by our participation in it, you see, ignorance is divine in its own context, because that is the ring past knot that was created, so that knowledge may be known, or knowledge may come to fruition. Ignorance is a blessed event when the Most High, in its involution, reversed to become evolved. At that reversion process, ignorance of self became the impetus, the onus, or the agitating factor for God's knowledge of itself. So with ignorance, we search for knowledge of self. We always are looking for something to explain something. If that wasn't there, then we would not have an inverse. We'd be still in the evolutionary process, contemplating ourselves and not moving a damn place. So in the movement of all things, does evolution invert or pervert involution? And thereby, the 7 levels or the 7 steps you speak about, the 7 days of creation, these are the 6 involutionary cycles of creation. The 6 involutionary understandings of how the Most High contemplated itself. The 7th day it rested, because there was a hell of a lot of brain work going on. And on that 7th day, after the contemplation, Noah had the flood. And the flood, which I didn't get to tell you about, is actually all about creation. It is all of what creation is. That flood, and when they talk about all of the animals that were loaded on the ark means archetype. All of the archetypes for all the expressions of all life that could ever be within this particular context of consciousness was actually already in the potential before it came actual. The flood was the violent introduction of the involution into the evolutionary. Calm after the storm. Do you see what I mean? Oh, it gets deep. But I haven't had a chance to speak to you about it. What I do want to get a chance to do, if I may, for about 5 or 10 minutes, is to invite my brother, Vernon Burton, up to come, if you can, and if you want to, still do it. I want to speak about a few things to get ready.
I'll be brief.
Very brief, beautiful. I want to give brother a little time. Let's give him a hand. Brother's like my big brother here. Brother Vernon Burton.
I've been involved, I guess, in finding out about this Y2K only the last 3 weeks. Now, we've been engaged in some programs and some projects that have been consuming our attention for the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years. In less than 3 weeks, I have been totally immersed in Y2K. The effects that Phil has talked about, they go even broader than that. And what's so frightening is that nobody that you speak to in whatever profession that they're in has any connecting idea of what the ramifications are going to be. I spoke to a gentleman who happens to belong to a church I go to. This gentleman is, Phil mentioned that he's a treasurer for this bank. Now, June 1st, this bank was given a test to see if they were Y2 compliant. They failed the test. The bank was given by the Federal Reserve 15 days to get compliant. If they had not come compliant by June 15th, this bank would be closed. Now, as of June 1st, there are only 27 banks that are Y2 compliant. What that means is that when the system goes down, the 27 or odd banks that are compliant will disconnect from the rest of the systems. So therefore that they will not have any systems that will now take down the compliance systems. So there will be no banking. There will be no electronic commerce. Whatever you do, wire transfers or what have you, there will be no connections. So what you're going to have to get to now start stockpiling is not only silver, gold coins, and there's two types of grades of silver. There's silver that has the weight of silver, and that will be used as what they call junk silver. And then there's silver and gold coins that have intrinsic values that's attached by the rarity of the coin. You can basically carry a portfolio of coins, which will be your bank account, because other than that, there will be nothing. On your system, everything that's in the bank is digital. You give somebody a check, the check goes into the bank, they hit some numbers, and now you have digits within the bank system that says you have money. When the system disappears, there's no more digits. That means you have no cash. ATM cards will be worthless. This system now, you can talk to people, if you want to start going up on your website, start investigating on your own, you will not find anybody that has any confidence that they will succeed in bringing this thing. There's no silver bullet, that's what I'm saying. There's no silver bullet. So we all need to get ready, because time is short, people. Because as the brother said, by the end of next month, by the end of this month, we're going to start seeing systems right here in the city start to go down because of that expansion that Phil talked about. The system in New York City is on a 6-month, their fiscal year begins July 1st. When that spreadsheet goes out past January 99, it's going to kick back because they can't do a whole year because it'll be into the 99 system. The other system that they'll have as a problem is that the numbers that they put into the computer as the forever date, as they call it, 9999. Well, we'll never reach that date. But guess what? September 9th, 1999, 9999 is arriving. And that will stop everything dead in its tracks. Okay? I know we don't have much time, but I'll try to... Yes? No, I'm saying that when the systems go down, if they separate from the rest of the banking system, however long it's going to take for the systems to get up, 6 months, a year, when that system comes up, they will be able to get back online. But we will have a fallout period that will amount to, after they drop the big one, and they start coming out of the holes in the ground, in the cave, those systems that will have survived will be able to conduct business. And there won't be very much business to conduct, but so be it. Yes, brother. A 1964 coin that's printed before 1964 has 90% silver in it. The value of silver and gold will not lose its value. All right, but there are certain coins. Back when Roosevelt rescinded the American citizens' use of the ability to own gold, the only thing that they exempted from that was rare coin. So they cannot. The government is they're going to take away anybody's got gold bars. Okay, bullion. They will take gold bars. The coins you can work. The coins are under that still 1933 order that allowed that coin to be in the possession of citizens.
One more minute. We have 1 minute to talk.
You can take this number down. It's a 1-800 number, and it simply says BUY coin, COIN. You call them and ask them for their Y2K pack. Some of the information that I shared with the brother shared with us today is in that pack. Also, they will have the ability to sell you gold coin and to develop your portfolio. Yes?
You can do these questions afterwards. I know it's supposed to be
What's happening? You put us out right now. So I just want to make sure.
The brother wants to make an announcement here. BUY coin, COIN. 1-800 buy coin. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to give thanks for all of you gathered together. Brother Big Man.
I want to make a quick announcement. Number one, give Brother Valentine a black hand, please. Number two, all the people that came to Brother Phil Valentine's house for gathering the masters, hold your hands up, please. Okay. Now, Brother C. Freeman L. will be speaking at the Dempsey Center in the cafeteria downstairs at 5. That's coming up July 5th, 1998. Next Sunday.